distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. May I kindly request you to take the seat as we are about to begin the opening session of today's workshop. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected guests from various maritime organizations from home and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all. On behalf of the Bangladesh Institute of Maritime Research and Development, BIMRAD, our Research Officer Tuli Akhtar would like to welcome you all in today's workshop on need analysis of maritime safety and maritime incident response for Bangladesh. The objectives of today's workshop are to bring together policymakers, practitioners, researchers, and international experts to engage in a meaningful dialogue on strengthening maritime safety and enhancing our collective capacity to respond for maritime incidents. For your kind understanding, the schedule of today's program has been shown on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, may I kindly request Director BIMRAD to deliver his welcome address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Director General, distinguished officials from the ministries, esteemed representative of the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, valued participants from various maritime organizations and institutions, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and a very warm welcome to you all to BIMRAD. It is a great pleasure and honor for us to host this important workshop on needs analysis of maritime safety and maritime incident response in Bangladesh here at the BIMRAD campus. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh Institute of Maritime Research and Development, in short BIMRAD, was established in 2018 with a noble vision of serving as a national center of excellence in research and capacity building in the maritime domain under the full support and patronage of Bangladesh Navy. Since its inception, BIMRAD has been actively pursuing cooperation with the leading international maritime organizations and agencies to strengthen policy support and to promote the sustainable development of Bangladesh's maritime interests. As a continuation of these efforts, BIMRAD is privileged to co-host these important events today in collaboration with Australian Maritime Safety Authority. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Australian Maritime Safety Authority for taking this timely and visionary initiative and for choosing BIMRAD as a partner organization in this important endeavor. We are especially honored to welcome the distinguished representatives of the Australian Maritime Safety Authority. We are grateful for your willingness to share your experience, your expertise, and global best practices with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as a maritime nation, our shipping lanes, our inland waterways, and our maritime resources are the lifelines of our national development. At the same time, the risk associated with the maritime operations are growing in both scale and complexity. In this context, maritime safety and maritime incident response are not optional concern, they are national imperatives. They demand not only modern technologies and regulations, but also strong and effective inter-agency cooperations. In this context, looking at the composition of participants in these workshops from Bangladesh Navy, Bangladesh Coast Guard, Department of Shipping, Department of Environment, Bangladesh Meteorological Department, BIWTA, Bangladesh Water Development Board, Department of Fisheries, port authorities, universities, and professional bodies like Bangladesh Maritime Law Society, I see a truly comprehensive national maritime community gathered in a single room. This itself is a very powerful and encouraging sign towards safer seas. I'm confident that your discussions over the coming sessions will be open, constructive, and forward-looking, and that together we'll take another step to build a more resilient maritime Bangladesh. With these words, I formally welcome you all to BIMRAD and wish these workshops every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for welcoming our respected guest. Ladies and gentlemen, as it mentioned that the project is a joint collaboration of Australian Maritime Safety Authority, AMSA and BIMRAD, now we will watch a video message from the project coordinator, Mr. Jeff Weiss, Director, Technical Cooperation, AMSA. May I request the technical team to kindly play the video.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, I wish to express our heartfelt thanks to the Government of Bangladesh and the Bangladesh Institute of Maritime Research and Development for your generous hospitality. We are delighted that our two technical specialists, Abdul Hannan and Andy Smith, are joining you today to begin this important maritime safety and incident response needs assessment. This collaboration reflects the strong friendship between our nations and our shared commitment to safer seas and saving lives. We truly value your partnership and all the preparation work you have done so far, and we look forward to working closely together to make a real difference. We are excited about the outcomes this work will deliver and the opportunities it creates for even deeper cooperation in the future. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now kindly request Mr. Scott Andrew Smith, AMSA consultant, to deliver his speech.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Australia is honoured to stand alongside the Government of Bangladesh and our regional partners as we embark on this important maritime safety and incident response needs assessment. Maritime safety and incident response underpins economic growth, environmental protection and human security. In recent years, we have seen how natural disasters, maritime incidents and operational challenges can disrupt supply chains and endanger lives. This assessment will be a critical step towards strengthening preparedness, improving coordination and building resilience across Bangladesh's maritime domain. Australia brings to this partnership decades of experience in maritime safety, search and rescue and maritime incident response. But more importantly, we bring a commitment to collaboration. Our goal is to listen and work together to identify practical solutions that meet Bangladesh's needs and complement existing regional frameworks. Through this process, we aim to support capacity building, enhance interoperability, and promote best practice with all that will safeguard seafarers, protect the marine environments, and ensure a smooth flow of commerce. Let us approach this assessment with a spirit of partnership and shared purpose. Together, we can make our region safer, more secure, and more sustainable for generations to come. Can everyone see my shirt? Can you all see the design on my shirt? Yes? AMSA Indigenous artwork that I wear, titled Navigating the Tides of Progress, represents our vital partnerships between AMSA and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, their commitment to safeguarding sea country. The artwork was designed by local Indigenous artist and designer Alicia Menzel. The artwork features several elements. These threads from the centre represent the partnership and knowledge exchange between AMSA and our First Nations people. The deep emerald coastline and the red coastline, these colours symbolise the connection between our First Nations communities and the land and the sea, and the blend of Australia's maritime heritage and future. If you can't see, you can see me during one of our breaks and have a closer look. It's okay. The lighthouses represent along our coast, guiding vessels safely through water. These qualities of energy, movement and life in the artwork represent our reconciliation journey and the partnership between our Indigenous peoples protecting our sea country. Our central theme of safeguarding sea country highlights the commitment to safe and clean seas and saving lives, enhanced by working with our First Nations people who have been the custodians of land and seas. This pattern visually represents AMSA's reconciliation journey and acknowledges our deep connection with the maritime environment. We bring the same spirit to work with you to protect energy, movement and life of the Bangladesh marine environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your valuable remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Director General BIMRAD, Commodore Soyad Mesbauddin Ahmed retired, to deliver his opening speech. Sorry. I would like to request Mr. Hannan, AMSA consultant, to deliver his speech.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished Director General of BIMRAD, respected officials of Bangladesh government, and honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and very good morning to all of you. And I'm not fully prepared, but let's see what I can do. First of all, I've made some points. It's an honor to be present in front of this distinguished guest and share some of my words. And let me start from what happened from a little bit, few months back. And first time when we are thinking about this project, how to proceed, first time I recall the telephone conversations I had with Commodore Misbah, and we had a very open discussions, and the challenges we discussed about organizing this workshop, not only the workshop, the in-country visit part of this whole project. And believe me, at one stage I thought it's very uncertain that we can go ahead. But I can tell you, the resilience, the dedications, the persistence, and the professionalism shown by the Director General of BIMRAD and his team, and that made successful. It's not easy job, but that made successful to organize this in-country part of the visit. This workshop is part of that, and for that my sincere appreciations to Commodore Misbah and all the team members from BIMRAD, and thank you very much for your commitments and hard work. Now, second part about this project. This is an important project both for Bangladesh and Australia. And this project, apart from the technical aspect, it represents a bridge, you can say, for for partnerships, cooperations, and this will the success of this project will depend how we can assist with the enhancement of the Bangladesh Maritime Administration. We'll talk about maritime administration later on in detail. So this bridging, this partnerships is for mutual benefit for both the countries. So I think this is an important project. Now, for the successful outcome of this project, your participations, your active participations, your feedback is very, very important. So you have got the expertise in your respective area. You have your, with all the technical supports we need from you. So we will, needs your assistance in this matter over the next few days. So that will help us. And finally, as myself, I'm originally, I grew up in Chittagong, and I studied in Marine Academy, Bangladesh, Chittagong Marine Academy, and I'm now a dual citizen of both Australia and Bangladesh. I'm very, I think I feel proud that I can come to Bangladesh and do some contribution in enhancing the maritime safety maritime administrations of Bangladesh. I feel very proud that I'm here today. And finally, I would like to thank you for coming here today. And also, I'd like to thank you in advance for all your support that you will be giving us during the rest part of this workshop. And your input, as I mentioned, will help the outcome of this project, not only for this time, but for continuous what you support coming between the two countries. So this is a very important initial step for us, but as I was discussing with Commodore Misbah, this is a stepping stone, this one. So in future, there will be lots of correspondence, and it's good for both the countries to have these partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hannan, for cordial remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Director General BIMRAD, Commodore Soyad Misbah-Uddin Ahmed, retired, to deliver his speech.
Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Respected guests, distinguished colleagues, partners from Australian Maritime Safety Authority, AMSA, and other institutions, representatives from the ministries, maritime agencies, academia, and research community. Assalamu alaikum and a very warm welcome to BIMRAD, Bangladesh Institute for Maritime Research and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, as an old sea dog, let me remind you that maritime strategic thought warns us that the sea rewards those who learn its grammar and punishes those who ignore its syntax. Excuse me. I repeat again, maritime strategic thoughts warns us that the sea rewards those who learn its grammar and punishes those who ignores its syntax. This is paraphrased from Alfred Thayer Mahan's Maritime Logic, and I tried to apply it in Bangladesh's context, particularly in the context of today's workshop and the undertakings we have taken so far. Excuse me. This underscores a simple truth. Effective maritime safety depends on understanding the domain, anticipating risk, and acting with coordination. It's a duty-bound privilege for me to host you today as the Director General BIMRAD for this workshop on maritime safety and incident response. Our objective is straightforward: to examine where Bangladesh stands, identify what can be improved, and design solutions with our national and international partners. Ladies and gentlemen, from the time of Herodotus to Trump 2.0, the Aegean Sea, and the Northern Atlantic, in the recent days, the Caribbean Sea has taken the center stage of maritime discussions for the incremental importance of the maritime space. Bangladesh's maritime sector is also expanding rapidly. With rising vessel traffic, offshore developments, and increasing marine activity, the complexity of maritime risk is also growing. To address that complexity, evidence-based analysis and coordinated planning are essential. BIMRAD's role is to support national agencies by applying research discipline to operational questions, connecting doctrine, capacity mapping, data analysis, and lessons from international good practices. We work as a knowledge partner, not a substitute for operational authorities, but as a bridge that links experience to policy. Distinguished guests, our collaboration with the Australian National University in the previous years has shown the value of a structured partnership. Through shared workshops, analytical discussions, and joint publications, Australian National University has helped BIMRAD to refine how we look at maritime domain awareness and regional safety and security. Today, we are taking that spirit of cooperation forward with the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, in short AMSA. This project, focusing on maritime safety regulations and incident response readiness, is practical, outcome-driven, and tailored to Bangladesh's needs. AMSA's experience in search and rescue systems, marine pollution response, maritime training, and legislative alignments offers valuable guidance as we continue to strengthen national frameworks. On the course of this workshop, through brief presentations and experience sharing in the interactive sessions, we will, number one, listen to focused inputs from AMSA consultants on maritime safety and incident response. Secondly, receive national perspectives from the Department of Shipping and the Bangladesh Coast Guard, as well as benefit from operational insights shared by Bangladesh Navy, Bangladesh Meteorological Department, Department of Environment, and also Chittagong Port Authority. Our commitment at BIMRAD is not merely to host discussions, but to ensure that outputs are documented, shared, and translated into follow-up initiatives, whether in research, training, or capacity development. I'd like to thank AMSA and our Australian colleagues for their trust and partnership, and I acknowledge the contribution of our national agencies and the ministries whose expertise makes such collaboration meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, maritime resilience cannot be built in a day. Please remember this. Maritime resilience cannot be built in a day. It is built step by step through shared learning, institutional cooperation, and sustained research. BIMRAD remains committed to advancing this agenda in support of our national interests and goals. On that note, I welcome all of you once again and wish the workshop a fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request to all for a group photography in front of BIMRAD office. After due photography, all of you are kindly requested to join morning tea break, light refreshment at seminar lobby. After that, we will back by 10:55 hours and our session 2 will commence at 1100 hours. Your kind cooperation is highly appreciated. Thank you.
এটা করা যাবে টাইম আছে তো
I will.
This is a street? Street.
I have shifted my chair because now I'm sitting here. I'm talking, so I'm relegated. Where we sit here, you sit still here. When your presentation is done, you will come back and allow others to
Go there. Okay.
Moderator and the presenters.
All right. Thank you. So this is a street made of sugar. Just say that. I'll get it. Thank you. How was my extempore speech? All right? I was trying to find out words.
So it's a presentation.
Yes.
Mine's very general, but I've got my points from AMSA.
Yeah.
That's
Because
all.
what they did, they have split probably our one or two part. So they will do the first one, and after I finish, I try to another presentation. I get them just listening and the speaker from them some issues. So I will follow the normal educational system.
This is a conversation. This is the start of the video.
Yes.
But for the next 2 weeks,
Yes.
we'll
Continue. So, yeah, that's very good. Maybe 20 minutes.
So we provide this. Understand. It's just to start a conversation with people so they understand and the difficulty is my part is very difficult.
For the light and us.
Abdul Hannan is about the IMO convention, so it's very mine. That's okay, thank you.
এটা কি আমাকে অন করতে হবে কিছু? এটা অন। একটা ট্রাই করে দিব। আর কোনো পাওয়ার অন করতে হবে না। আর এটা কম্পিউটারটা কোথায়? এখানে অটোমেটিক আসবে, আমি করলেই হবে। আর এখানে চলে আসবে। আর রেটের ছবি, ঠিক আছে।
You have still 15 minutes to
Go.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that.
You can relax.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, sorry. Not that one. Oh, this one.
Respected participant, may I kindly request to you take your seat. Our session 2 will commence shortly.
বসুক সবাই স্যার, আর তো কেউ বসা বাকি নাই স্যার।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our session 2 will be moderated by Commander Sheikh Imtiaz bin Feroz, S1 PSC BN. Commander Imtiaz is an experienced hydrographer in Bangladesh Navy and he has commanded number of Bangladesh Navy ships. He is a graduate of the University of Southern Mississippi and Defense Service Command and Staff College. Now, I am handing over the session to our respected moderator.
Thank you, Masood Singh. Respected representatives and scholars from Australian Maritime Safety Authority, different ministries, media stakeholders, and universities of Bangladesh. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to you all. I'm Commander Imtiaz from Bangladesh Navy. At present, I'm serving as Secretary of North Indian Ocean Hydrographic Commission. For your information, that as the member state of International Hydrographic Organization, at present, Bangladesh as a part of the regional organization, the North Indian Ocean Hydrographic Commission, from 2025 for 2 years, we are elected as the chairman. So we are likely to organize an international seminar in Chattogram in the month of May. So it is indeed a matter of privilege and honor for me to act as a moderator of this session. And this workshop, as you know, is arranged jointly by Australian Maritime Safety Authority and Bangladesh Institute of Maritime Research and Development. As all of you already know, that the theme of today's workshop is needs analysis of maritime safety and maritime incident response for Bangladesh. Maritime safety and incident response is basically bridge the gap between well-defined policies and their effective implementation in real-world operations. While international conventions, national regulations, and organizational policies establish standard for safe navigation, vessel operation, and environmental protection, their true value lies in consistent practice at sea and in ports. Effective maritime safety basically depends on trained personnel, robust communication system, regular drills, and integration of technology such as vessel traffic services and emergency response systems. And when any incident occurs, coordinated response mechanisms like linking ship's crews, port authorities, coast guards, and environmental agencies are critical to minimize the loss of life, property damage, and environmental harm. Translating policies into practice therefore requires not only compliance, but also a strong safety culture, continuous training, and lessons learned from past incidents to improve preparedness and resilience across the maritime sector. And considering these facts, this session will mainly cover the maritime safety and incident response policies to practices. In this session, there will be 4 speakers from Australian Maritime Safety Authority, Department of Shipping, and Bangladesh Coast Guard respectively. Thereafter, I'll sum up this session in a briefing matter, and thereafter there will be a question and answer session. I want to thank the respected coordinator of Australian Maritime Safety Authority, Australian Maritime Safety Authority representatives from Australian High Commission, and Director General of Bangladesh Institute of Maritime Research and Development for setting the tone for today's workshop. I request all the esteemed speakers of this session for delivering the speech within the stipulated time. Now, the first presentation of this session will be on maritime safety, which will be presented by Mr. Abdul Hannan, Consultant of Australian Maritime Safety Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Abdul Hannan, a highly accomplished marine consultant and specialist with more than 40 years of experience in marine engineering, maritime regulation, and international capacity building. Although semi-retired, he remains deeply engaged in global maritime governance, works closely within the International Maritime Organization and several maritime administrations on IMO member state audit schemes auditing, legislative reform, and technical training. He has led 6 of the 7 IMO member state audits. He has conducted and continued to support member states through AMSA's follow-up reports. He also recently served as lead consultant for the IMO's MEPSIS project. Mr. Hannan spent over 25 years with the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, holding senior leadership roles including Head of Inspections, Head of Legislation and Implementation, and Head of Standards and Regulations. He has represented Australia at numerous IMO committees and has delivered technical training across the Asia-Pacific region. He began his career at sea, serving on a wide range of vessels, including several years as chief engineer. His academic achievements include a Master of Maritime Studies, a graduate diploma in business administration, a graduate certificate in marine surveying, and a Class 1 Marine Engineer Certificate of Competency from the United Kingdom. He also holds an AMI in Electrical Engineering and is a recipient of the President's Gold Medal from the Marine Academy of Bangladesh. Today, Mr. Abdul Hannan is widely recognized for his blend of operational experience, regulatory expertise, and international audit leadership, making him a trusted advisor to governments, maritime authorities, and IMO program worldwide. Without further ado, may I now invite Sir Abdul Hannan to deliver his presentation.
Thank you, Commander Sheikh Imtiaz bin Feroz, for the introductions and your speech. My presentation, I will start with need analysis of maritime safety. My one is maritime safety side of the whole project. So, this is, sorry. Now this, the slide says housekeeping safety briefing. I think the BIMRAD has already done that. Normally in other presentations we have to, initially we have to go through this process, but here I think BIMRAD has done, so I'm skipping this one. Okay, next, welcome. Normally for this project we want to get a, I don't know, maybe the moderator can suggest whether we need to go through this process introductions or just go through.
sir, it will be better that you go through your presentation.
Yeah, okay, so that I don't spend my time here. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now this workshop, the one we would like to have is to go through this, understand the structure of the maritime administrations. So I'll come to that maritime administration later on. The function of the entities. Entities means all the parts of the maritime administration. Maritime administration is comprising of all the entities here. You are part of the maritime administration. That's very important concept we have to know, that and the function of the entities. And then we'll talk about maritime transport policy. This is another aspect of governance, so we need to look at that one. Then maritime safety, that part I will complete, and then my colleague Andy will continue the remaining incident response and maritime search and rescue. Now, maritime administration of Bangladesh, and I did a little background study before I have come to this meeting. And from that background study, what I can find, I just go to the next slide and you will see that now what we mean by maritime administration in the context of maritime safety and maritime incident response. So maritime safety is also a very wide matters, like ship safety, like safety of what you call people working there, then huge areas, then say radio communication is also a part of maritime safety, like your what else we can think of, like hydrography is also maritime safety. Safety of navigations is coming. Now meteorology is also part of maritime safety. So it's a wide area, and in this project I don't think we can encompass everything. If we try to encompass everything, it will be too broad. So we try to narrow it down, like we'll come later on, that one of the important, from my experience, as I gathered some experience from there, I can share that one of the topmost thing is the legislation of a country, maritime legislation. The policy is there, but maritime legislation is the first step that we must make it right. So now let's talking about, we'll come to that one later on, but now maritime administration is, say for example, a radio communication, maybe some entity is running it. Like hydrography is done by Navy, that's another. Then like port authority is regulating something, some other matters. So all of this entity I'll go to the next slide, and then you'll see I have identified, but I cannot fit everybody here because like a Department of Meteorology I could not include because I can have only those things. So I picked up all those. Ministry of Shipping is dealing with maritime safety. Then Ministry of Environment also doing some part of safety. Also environment, they are doing my colleague's area. Then Department of Shipping under Ministry of Shipping. Then Navy is doing some part. Bangladesh Coast Guard is doing some part. Then Port Authorities is doing some part. Then BIWTA, Bangladesh Inland Water Transport, is also doing some part of maritime safety. So these, all the entities, they come as a top, we call it maritime administration. And this is a very important, my experience is, I have been to so many countries, they should have a very good coordination. If they don't have a good communication, then things will be done haphazard way. There is no coordinations between them, and we cannot achieve the goal of enhancing maritime safety. So the very most important thing I said about legislation, then we should have the coordination among all the entities of this maritime administration. Okay, now let's come to maritime transport policy. This is, all the developed countries, they have this. I'm not sure whether Bangladesh has got one. Can anybody say about this, whether Bangladesh maritime transport policy?
I can give the input. We have a policy in 2002, but really it has not been updated so much. So we are in the process of developing a policy. You can use the mic so that all can benefit.
Okay. Sir, I'm Obaid Bashir from Department of Shipping. We have a policy that is in 2002, so you can understand it is quite old now. So we are in the process of developing a policy right now. So it is under process. So under Ministry of Shipping, we are developing this shipping policy.
Thank you, Mr. Bashir. So what I understand, you have a policy, you need to update that one. Okay.
Correct.
So when we visit your office, we'll have to look at more detail. Thank you so much for that. So, sorry, thank you. So Bangladesh has got a maritime transport policy. So now in other developed countries, what I have seen, they have a maritime policy, right? That is umbrella policy. That will include all other, like your drilling is going on in the maritime domain. You have some fishing going on there, fisheries, like oceanography is there. So all this come under maritime policy. And under this maritime policy, maybe some other separate policies. So one of them is maritime transport policy. So in our scope, we will not go to the top one, but we stay transport policy because this is mostly safety matters and incident response. Okay. So I will go into more detail into that one later on. Okay. Now, as I mentioned about maritime safety, this is the ship I inspected recently, and you can see one of the line is slack there. And so I do lots of, last 2 years I'm not doing inspections because my wife doesn't want me to go to the ship anymore. So she is putting pressure on me not to do, but I feel going, So this ship, I did a full inspection in 12 hours, very hard inspection. So, so about maritime safety, we, as you know that there's, this is a big ships and it's required to comply with all international standards. So ship safety involves lots of areas. Like you have navigational equipments, you have structural things, you have machineries, you have ballast water system, you have ILO conventions, so STCW conventions. So they have got a structured system for foreign going ships, so that's not a problem. The problem here I see in most of the countries is in the domestic area. These are mainly unregulated and you have lots of accidents there. And unlike foreign ships, they are subject to port state control in all the countries, so they cannot escape. Once in Australia, I was involved in legislation. I was in legislation area for 10 years. There is a department called Department of Deregulation. Deregulation means they don't want regulation. So if you want to make a new regulation, you have to justify why you are making that regulation. So I used to tell them, because Australia has signed the treaties, all the international treaties, if there is any amendments going in the international treaties, you have to put it in your domestic legislation. If we don't put it in the domestic legislation, our ships, we cannot enforce it. But I said, even if our ships cannot, we cannot enforce it, but foreign country will enforce it. So even Australian flag, there is no legislation. They have to comply with international requirements. So that part is more or less, even though Bangladesh or any other country don't have proper legislation, still they have to comply. But the main problem is maritime safety for domestic ships. So in this, our scope, anybody from BIWTA here? Yes. So do you want us to look into your area also? We have a visit your area. So we want to learn what sort of regulations or what sort of regulatory things you do. When we go to your office, because time is very limited, since we know here, so what sort of activities you are doing, and also we'll visit Department of Shipping, try to understand, and then what's the needs here, then we'll put in our report. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. May I speak?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. In the last meeting, I was here as a representative from BIWTA. Sir, I am Tawhid, an assistant director. I work in foreign traffic section, mainly Bangladesh-India river protocol route.
Yes.
Sir, our proposition in the last meeting was to consider the inland waterborne accidents along with the maritime sector.
Yeah.
I sent statistics of last 5 years data, the number of inland water accidents and the recovery BIWTA made to the Honorable DG sir. So our submission is to include inland water accidents as well.
Sure, we'll definitely, when we go visit your office, you give us more information, we'll include that one in there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Mr. Bashir will know, because we are auditor from IMO, we do some, this maritime safety is, activities we divide into 4 areas, like general is your legislations, your communications, for all those things, because this is for the international ships mainly. Flag state activities, we will, for general, for maritime safety matters, I think when we visit to Department of Shipping, we'll find out what they do there. Then some part like Coast Guard, you are doing some areas where we'll also look at that area. Then flag state activities mainly is done by Department of Shipping, but I understand some part is done by BIWTA. Is any for local ships?
Sir, yes, but if you come with the SOLAS, the flag state full things we do, because it is just with the maritime. But all the inspections and certification of the ships is done by Department of Shipping. But BIW, what they do, we have empowered them with the inspection power. So they do the inspection during, they monitor the ships, and sometimes they actually go on board and see that they have the required survey certificates and also the certificates for the drivers and masters. So BIWD is empowered to do the inspection of the ships, but all the certificates and all the licenses are issued by the Department of Shipping. That is for inland ships, but for the foreign going ships is completely Department of Shipping, and we have delegated some of our responsibilities to classification societies.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. And who maintains the database of ship registration and incident response?
Ship registration is completely by Department of Shipping.
All inland also?
All inland, and because all ships are registered by Department of Shipping.
Department of Shipping.
So it is both the ocean going and the domestic. All we do registration, and we have the database. Accidents, similarly, we are involved in the accident investigation, so we also maintain the database. I think similarly, because BIWT looks after the riverways, so any incidents, they also take part in the accident investigation.
Okay, they also do investigation. Okay, thank you. So what I can gather is the flag state activities is for the ocean going ships, and also that include bay crossing ships.
Bay crossing ships, PSC, we
all done by Department of Shipping, and port state activities completely Department of Shipping, and coastal state activities, these area is shared by lost of Coast Guard, Bangladesh Navy, Meteorology, and okay. So this area will be, that's why we planned according to this, the maritime safety activities, and we plan that way. Okay. Now, as this one I have already covered in where I didn't include in my previous slide was the training institutions, which we will be visiting, one of the training institution. And also this area, if for seafarers internationally, you will know that I've been to Philippines, and I have they have got world one of the largest supplier of seafarers they have. I had been there, and I know the way they train their people, and this area I think is very important for Bangladesh to promote these seafarers. They should Bangladesh should have what I mean is keep themselves meeting the standards of the international. They meet the standard, but in the, say for example, if there are some requirements for independent evaluations to be done by IMO, which Mr. Bashir will know. So I have looked at the international, that some gaps are there. They have to regularize that one. So once that is established, nowadays what other countries are telling, that if you are in the IMO the list, there is one circular says that that's nothing overdue, like pending evaluation, then it's easy for other country to recognize Australian, in Bangladesh certificate. In that case, there will be a mutual recognitions, and it will be easy for seafarers to go from sail in different flagships. So just this area is also very important, and if we'll cover that one, so that I can say that other areas I've already discussed. Now let's go to the last slide, I think. Now in our report we have, we'll say that the scope and objectives of this project, we'll mention that one. Then we map the maritime safety governance structure of Bangladesh. We'll map all the entities involved here, little bit descriptions. Then assess the current maritime safety environment here after discussion when we go to your offices. Then we review existing legal and regulatory framework, and from there we say if there is any gaps, we can discuss with you and find out how we can recommend so that you can improve that area. Then we we also evaluate human resources and institutional human resources capability, so capacity. So that one is for the individual entities. Assess infrastructure and technical systems. If you need a database, or if there is a gap, say like what we call single maritime window, isn't it? Yes. Is that you have all? Maritime single, is that you have already?
No, sir, it is under development. We are expecting by maybe June.
Okay.
June this year.
Maybe end of this. So this is already has come into force. You know, this you know that. So you are developing it. So if you need any assistance there, or we can put it in the report. That's up to you. So to identify that, and we will also look at how you do stakeholder consultations among when you develop your legislations and all. Then we identify any gaps, and if there is any gaps, we put recommendations, and we prioritize all the gaps according to the needs and risk. So that area we will look at, and then finally we develop recommendations and action plan. And this is thank you from my end, and I think I managed to finish in 25 minutes. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before the respected moderator takes over, I just want to introduce my friend, Ms. Shweta Mishra. She is actually the General Coordinator of the Bangladesh Maritime Law Society, and they are doing great job as regards to representing Bangladesh to IMO, as regards to the legal aspects.
Okay.
So the second chapter of your last slide,
Yes.
about the legal aspects, I think we can also take her team's expertise into cognizance so that we don't keep any gap in between.
Yes, yeah, that's true. I'll need
You
your
can
help
say
more. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And as he told, I'm Shweta Mishra. I'm General Coordinator of Bangladesh Maritime Law Society. And BMLS is the 58th member of CMI, Comet Maritime International, which is the advisory body of IMO. And we, when the legislations are done, we are supposed to have that special groups, meeting groups. We do a lot of programs in Bangladesh. Here we do a lot of programs with the stakeholders regarding the legal requirement of the stakeholders, and we take this up in the CMI. So at the time of making legislations, drafting legislations, they are taken up. So that's how we are, contributing to the this. So when you require information on the legal aspect, maybe we can help you out. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next presentation of this session will be on maritime incident response, which will be presented by. Presented by Mr. Andrew Smith, sir, consultant of Australian Maritime Safety Authority. Andrew Smith is a principal consultant with Tircombe Smith Consultants and one of Australia's leading specialists on emergency management training and crisis capability development. With more than 35 years in adult education and over 25 years in emergency management, Mr. Andrew has held senior roles across state and federal agencies, including the Fire and Emergency Service, Authority of Western Australia, the Victorian Emergency Services, and the Australian Emergency Management Institute. He has operational experience in major emergencies, including serving in the Victorian Situation Reporting Unit during the 2006-7 bushfires, and he also holds the Incident Controller Level 3 qualification through the Australian Maritime Safety Authority. Andrew currently serves as education specialist to the AMSA Response Center, supporting search and rescue and maritime incident training, a qualified journalist and mental health first aid facilitator. Mr. Andrew is widely recognized for his ability to translate complex operational concepts into clear, practical guidance for decision makers. Now, I invite Mr. Andrew Smith to deliver his presentation.
Thank you. And everyone can hear me okay? Excellent. Before I get started, if I speak too quickly, just tell me to slow down. Australians speak very quickly. Thank you. So if we can move the slide over, please. Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. When we think about maritime incident response, I think of the maritime environment. And the way I describe the maritime environment to people who are not seafarers and have never worked at sea or in the maritime industry is it's a beautiful example of the university of experience. And by that, I mean the maritime environment gives you the examination or the test first, and then quite often the lesson comes second. And by that, I mean that we would not have a need for maritime incident response arrangements and training and systems if people didn't get into trouble at sea. And that's really the cornerstone of why maritime incident response is important. The second point is that the work that I do as part of this project in maritime incident response is so integrated with the work in maritime safety. If we have good maritime safety arrangements and they are understood, they are implemented and maintained, then the need for maritime incident response is less. However, as the Director General made in his opening remarks, An increase in shipping means an increase in risk. So my focus in maritime incident response is with that philosophy in mind. While we are getting better through the assistance of technology, we cannot simply assume that it is all okay for now. More ships, bigger ships, travelling internationally, keep that risk high. So I just wish to set the important foundation that without good maritime safety arrangements, there will always be a need for more maritime incident response. My area is quite large in terms of what I can focus on. And it's a privilege to be here for the next week in order to be guided by the Bangladesh maritime industry or sector as to what they would like me to focus on. So when I speak of maritime incident response, it includes the three main areas. What are our domains? So that I will go through in a moment. What is our capability, our trained personnel, our equipment, our procedures, our arrangements, and then more importantly, and a passionate area of mine, the incident response. When it does go wrong, how effectively do we try and make it right? Very challenging, very big area. So the maritime incident response domains that we discussed with our first stakeholder meeting in December last year focused on maritime environmental emergencies. This term, if we think in the last 5 to 10 years, is relatively new. When I first became involved with AMSA, we were focused on oil spills. And that was what we focused on. We had plans called oil spill contingency plans. Does anyone here know the term oil spill contingency plans? Yeah, thank you. And now what we've realised that with the changing nature of shipping, the fuel that is being used, the types of vessels that are at sea, and the cargo that they carry, we no longer just focus on oil spill. We have to look more broadly at what are the environmental impacts to the marine environment as a result of shipping, whether it's from the fuel or from the cargo, as an example. The most recent area of work that I've been involved in for the last 8 years is in maritime search and rescue. But ladies and gentlemen, can I just be clear? In Australia, we have a Joint Rescue Coordination Centre. Now, are there any representatives here from Coast Guard for search and rescue? That's okay, that's okay. With the Joint Rescue Coordination Centre, that means that aviation and maritime sit side by side in the same room, coordinating a range of search and rescue activities. And I have been in the Australian Joint Rescue Coordination Centre when we have received calls from MRCC Bangladesh, or Dhaka, seeking our assistance with a vessel in distress close to our neighbouring borders. So we already have established working relationships. Just last December, we trained 6 new search and rescue officers for our Joint Rescue Coordination Centre, and they have started work and their second career. And it's fantastic to be part of that. So one of the areas that I'm interested in is how training for search and rescue is undertaken in Bangladesh. Now, what's unique and different between Australia and Bangladesh is that we have states and territories. So AMSA does some of the work, and then our state and territory partners do others. So for example, we've got the MRSC at Chittagong, would be similar to an MRSC in one of our states or territories. Finally, the third area of the domain is maritime casualty management. This became particularly important in Australia during several complex maritime emergencies, particularly passenger vessels. We have a large cruise ship industry, not always welcomed. However, with that large cruise ship industry, during COVID, we had people at sea in distress, passengers on a holiday, who were unable to leave their ship because of COVID. That created a new maritime casualty management challenge for us. In the early part, perhaps not done so well, but we learned from that. And I think that's the important message. We assume nothing, we believe nothing, and we check everything when it comes to learning those lessons. Any questions? I'm happy to... I can keep going, thank you. So using those domains, I'm also interested, with your direction and input, to look more closely at what is the current maritime disaster response capability. This is a term that's used quite a lot, but what does it mean? It means, do we have, this is my opinion, it means, do we have the right qualified personnel to respond? Do we have the right equipment and technical expertise? And equally and often overlooked, and this is not a judgment on Bangladesh, I'm simply saying this generally, do we have the right policies and procedures to make sure it works well? So when we're looking at response capability, I'm very interested to understand what Bangladesh has in place around capability, and more importantly, where we can work together to share our experience with Bangladesh to enhance what's maybe already in place. A colleague asked me about maritime crisis management, and their question to me is, what is it? What do you mean by crisis management? Surely everything you have talked about before is a crisis if it's not handled well. It's a new area of work in Australia to look more closely at crisis management, and I wish to share this insight with you today. When we look at crisis management, it's very much from a departmental or organisational perspective. For example, it might be one of the Bangladesh government agencies, it might be one of the port authorities. And it looks at specifically what is the impact of that emergency on our people, the environment, our assets, but most importantly, our reputation. So when we look at crisis management, we're very much interested in people, environment, assets and reputation from an organisation or a national perspective. Finally, the maritime response opportunities is probably more focused on how do we do it? What are the procedures? Where is the equipment? Where are the people? And what training and exercise or simulation do they receive to ensure that their skills remain current? May I pause just here for a question specifically with oil spill or marine environment pollution? Does Bangladesh undertake drills or exercises in oil spill or marine pollution? Anyone?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. Are they... Understood. And are they undertaken at a national or like a local level? So do you do like a whole country or a small part? No, a small part?
Yes.
Thank you. We do the same. Again, that challenge of having our states and territories means that AMSA coordinates the national exercise, which is held every 2 years. And that is a full equipment deployment. All of the equipment is brought out and tested. These are the areas that I'm interested in. They inform the recommendations, they inform our findings. We look at a range of information that I will bring from an Australian perspective, and then I am interested in the Bangladesh perspective. And some of the ones that I've already received that I think is important is the impact of climate change on all of the maritime response domains. We're still learning that lesson in Australia as well. We have a large coastline. So we're looking at how are we managing risk? How do we work together in terms of the response and disaster management with the legislations, policies and procedures? What are the underpinning principles and concepts in incident response? In Australia, we use a system called the Australian Incident Management Response System, which simply means, as per my introduction, an incident controller is in charge of an incident. One incident controller, one incident. Then interested in how information is collected and managed and analysed, how incidents are, how the response, to incidents are planned, and what structures are put in place. These are the questions that I'm interested in. And then how do we classify incidents? It depends on the incident in Australia, but we generally use level 1, 2 and 3. At the moment, my home state of Victoria is on fire. So therefore, we're in a catastrophic emergency. There are lots of level 3 incidents happening in a state of just over 6 million people. But it's all being coordinated by the responsible agency. The way I like to look at a needs analysis, I go back to my principle of assume nothing, believe nothing, check everything. And so I will come to you and your stakeholders with lots of questions, and I like being told. I like to be informed as to what I don't know. These are questions that are commonly used. That is, what do we know? What don't we know? What are we currently doing? And what else could we do? And it's about using our knowledge and expertise to enhance what you are already doing so very well. There's another way of looking at it, and that is, what should we keep doing? What can we improve on? What could we start doing? And what should we stop doing? I have no fixed agenda. I am open to be guided. But before I finish, here are some of the suggestions that your colleagues shared with us. And that is particularly around meteorological support and integration. The Bangladesh Meteorological Department highlighted the need for high-resolution modelling, drift inputs, which is vitally important for maritime environment emergencies and search and rescue, early warning dissemination to affected communities, and integrating the sharing of maritime information between agencies. When we look at education and training, I'm particularly interested in search and rescue and pollution and marine oil spills and emergencies. How the incident data and investigations inform policy change and direction. When it comes to complex maritime emergencies, this is a passionate area, and that is how the impacts of your cyclones and storms, the impact on passenger ferry incidents, hazardous cargoes, collisions and multi-agency coordination, and the link between the National Disaster Management Act and Standing Orders on Disaster and how they integrate with your response arrangements. As a proud responder, I'm always interested in the equipment that is used in a maritime response. So where that equipment is, who's trained to use it, and how often it is used. But I think the most important message in this project is to avoid duplication, particularly in any work that's already been undertaken by IMO. So my objective, my sole focus, is to avoid duplication, but to work with the stakeholders to enhance what you already do and do so well. And if our next 2 weeks in Australia, in Bangladesh, proceed the way that they've already started, it's going to be a very rewarding visit. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Sir, thank you, sir, for insights regarding the maritime safety response. Sir, the question and answer session will be, sir, at the end of the all speakers' speech. Sir, now our next speaker of this session is Mohammad Obaidullah Ibn Bashir from Department of Shipping. He will speak on safety convention and implementation in Bangladesh in terms of International Maritime Organization. Mr. Bashir is a highly accomplished maritime professional with an extensive background and expertise spanning over 27 years in the maritime industry. He has excelled in various roles including merchant ship engineer, classification society auditor, and surveyor of World Premium Classification Society Lawyers Register, project manager in the shipbuilding industry and maritime education, training, administration, and policy development. His educational journey commenced at BIWTA College, and he holds impressive qualifications including an MBA, MSc, and a MPA degree. Notably, Mr. Bashir has earned the distinguished title of Fellow from prominent three professional bodies: the Institute of Marine Engineers, Science and Technology, United Kingdom, the Royal Institute of Naval Architects, United Kingdom, and the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. He is a distinguished member of the IMO Member State Auditor Pool and actively participates as an auditor in IMO Member State audits on behalf of the International Maritime Organization. He is also an expert international trainer for port state control officers under Indian Memorandum of Understanding and Riyadh Memorandum of Understanding. His valuable insights and expertise have been recognized in the academic realm, where he has authored numerous peer-reviewed articles published in prestigious maritime journals. At present, Mr. Bashir is serving as an examiner of marine engineers in the Department of Shipping under the Ministry of Shipping, Bangladesh. May I now invite Mr. Bashir to deliver his presentation.
Thank you, moderator. Respected Director General BIMRAD, respected guests from AMSA consultants, my dear colleagues from different organizations, Assalamu alaikum and good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to give you a presentation actually how Department of Shipping is looking after the safeties of the maritime and also the inland shipping. So actually, before coming to this presentation, the actual content of this today's discussion was not clearly known to me. So there may be some slides which I will skip because that may not be relevant to this today's workshop. So basically, in my presentation, what I'll say that what Department of Shipping doing, what is our now projects going on, and what is our challenges, and actually what I understand, what are the gaps exist, and how AMSA can fit in there and render us the technical assistance. So basically, if you see the marine casualties, not Bangladesh, it is international, you can see that drastical drops of marine accidents, casualties, and also the oil spills. This is only because of the safety consciousness, and it comes from the main convention of IMO, that is, we call it SOLAS, Safety of Life at Sea. So Bangladesh, basically SOLAS looks after the ship design, construction, operation, and also risk assessment. Through this, they ensure the safety of the ship and as well as the safety of the crew on board the ships. Bangladesh actually a member of signatory to SOLAS since 1981. And SOLAS was adopted in 1974. So SOLAS is one of the first convention that Bangladesh signed. So you can see it has been long. We have signed the SOLAS convention. And in the world now, almost 99% ships runs under the SOLAS convention. And now 168 countries are a signatory to SOLAS. And last the signatory was Timor Leste. So the SOLAS start with the sinking of the Titanic. So where more than 1,500 people died due to lack of life-saving appliances on board. But it took long time. This incident took place in 1912, but it took long time to ready for to accede this SOLAS convention due to World War I and II, and also the lack of response from the member states. So at the end, in 1974, the SOLAS has been, SOLAS has been came into effect, and then gradually all the member state is a now party of this SOLAS convention. Right. So basically, in the SOLAS, it is applicable for all the ships which is 500 GT and above. Other than the chapter chapter 4, which is just only for the 300 gross ton of ships, and for chapter 5, which is safety of navigation, apply to all the ships. So it is applicable for all the merchant ships, as I said, 500 GT and above. Other than the warships, troop ships, and ships which is not propelled by the mechanical means, wooden ships, and also the fishing vessels. So basically, if we see the chapters of the SOLAS, it's actually cover different aspect of design, constructions, also that cargo it carries, because IMDG also involved. So all these chapters actually cover the SOLAS. So SOLAS set the basic safeties of all the operations of the ships. And the last two chapters, which is added to SOLAS, it is keep changing. The SOLAS keep changing because with the change of technology. Because now, if I can say that now autonomous ships and also the alternate fuels are one of the main agenda on the SOLAS that will be included maybe in the coming days. So the last two chapters was included. One is polar code, because nowadays a lot of ships are crossing through polar. So how to ensure more safety in the polar area. And another was your III code, that is flag state implementation. That actually will this workshop is on. And though IMO is actually they are developing a lot of convention. The problem is that flag states implementation is different for different parts of the world. So now IMO is concentrating how to ensure the uniform implementation of IMO convention. So that III code allows IMO to do the audits of the flag states, member states. So Bangladesh being audited in 2017, and again we will be audited most probably in 2027 to see that how we implement the IMO conventions. So IMO decision making is always based on the risk assessment. They try to find out the risk, and then they do the assessment. Then they find out the control options. Then they do the cost benefit assessment, and then they make the recommendation, and then it get passed in the IMO. And if you see the SOLAS, SOLAS also all the chapters actually now covers different aspects of the risk that involved with the maritime operation. I'm not going to details because I have a time limitations on all. So and SOLAS have also SOLAS have 13 codes. Each codes actually address different risk. Like you can see that some deals with the management, some deals with the life-saving appliance, some will be dealing with the fire safety. So these codes also is a part of SOLAS. So these codes help the member state to actually what to be carried out, or what to be followed in terms of improving the safety of maritime. So now come to the main part of how we implement the SOLAS in Bangladesh. So basically, SOLAS mainly wants us that our flag vessel ships they comply with the SOLAS requirement, and we issue the certificates to ensure that the SOLAS the ship is compliant to SOLAS, and also not only ensuring our ships. When the ships come to our port, we should ensure that the ship which are visiting to Bangladesh, they also comply with the SOLAS requirement. That we call it port state control. Basically, it is not only that flag state duties we do, keep our ships updated. Other than that, we also have to ensure that the ships which are visiting to Bangladesh, they are safe. Because it is not only the IMO requirement, it is also our requirement that no substandard ships ply in our coastal waters. So if you see in very brief in Bangladesh Maritime, then you can see 90% of our freight is transported by through seas. Approximately 5,000 ocean-going ships every year visit our ports. We have a coastal shippings where we are doing the cost-effective, which allow us cost-effective, time-efficient, and job-creating modes of our transport. Other than this, we have a nearly 7,000 kilometers of riverways, 44 river ports, major river ports, and then we have a 600 coastal vessels and more than 20,000 inland vessels. So actually, this is a lot of ships we have in the inland doing all carriage of our freights. So since we ratified the SOLAS, it strengthens our performance as a flag state. It actually helped us to promulgate our local rules and regulations. Also, it created a single uniform service system and certification for our ships. And also, it ensured the safer operation of the Bangladesh flagship outside the country, because all the foreign-going ships actually they are going to more of the foreign countries to carry the cargoes rather than it's coming to Bangladesh. So now I move to Department of Shipping. Basically, we are the agency under Ministry of Shipping. We function as a core agency in the Maritime Safety Administration of Bangladesh. We support the international trade and industries of the country, and also the well-being of our national economy, main purpose. So before independence, this is the genesis of our Department of Shipping. Before the independence, there are several organizations, Controller of Shipping, which is to look after international shipping, the Navigational Directorate, looking after the inland shipping, Seaman Training Center, Government Shipping Office, Directorate of Shipping Welfare and Immigration, Mercantile Marine Department. But after independence, government decided to merge all those to a single one, that is Directorate of Shipping. And in 1976, it's renamed as Department of Shipping, Bangladesh. So basically, we work under the Inland Shipping Ordinance 1976 and Merchant Shipping Ordinance 1983, and also the IMO Convention. These are our guiding principle for us. And we develop the maritime policy, and we also ensure the protection of maritime environment, especially which is from the ships, mainly focusing on that. So if we see our regulatory duties, basically we do the policy formulation, then administer of ports, then training of our seafarer, enforcing environmental regulation, enforcing safety regulation, and collaboration with other maritime administration entities. Like we have here Bangladesh Navy, Coast Guard, Hydrography, Meteorology, Ministry of Environment, so on. So if we say in brief what are the services we provide service to the shipbuilding through our ship design, approval of the ship design, maritime environment. We ensure that ships are compliant to the environment regulation and they don't pollute our waterways. Then shipping, we provide the shipping services, then maritime security, especially with the piracy, and the ship security, and then maritime safety, as we discussed, that ships are compliant with the International SOLAS Convention, and it is safe for the port, for the country, and whenever it visit to other ports, as well as the seafarers. And also maritime human resource development. We have now 5 government maritime academies and 7 private maritime academies. So they operate on our approval, and we regularly monitor their activities. So this is the basic, very basic, to put it in the PowerPoint presentation. What is our organogram? So we run under the Director General. We have head office and the field office and legal wing. In the head office, we have a chief engineer and ship surveyor who looks after the technical part of the ships. Then we have a chief nautical surveyor who looks after the navigational part of the ships and also the cargo carriage. Then chief maritime education looks after the training of our seafarers and also the compliance with the STCW requirement. And then admin to support all our functions. And in the field office, we have inland shipping registry and survey office throughout our country, so that ship can be registered and survey can be done. And then inland inspection office, those we have inspectors so regularly going to ship and see that ships after survey and registration, they are still in the compliance with the requirement. And then we have a mercantile marine office who deals with only the foreign going ships. Our flag state function and port state functions are carried out by them. And then we have a government shipping office, those who actually register all our seafarers and give them the CDC, we call it continuous discharge certificate, and sign on off opportunities. And then we have a legal wing, that is marine court, where we actually prosecute if there is a violation of the law and requirement. And we also conduct the mobile court time to time with the help of magistrate, so that again, that is also purpose to ensure that we are in the compliance with the requirement. So if we see the Department of Shipping's roles, basically we register and survey of the seagoing ships in the shipping side, then protection of our international shipping, PSC, port state control inspection, flag state, implement of national legislation, legal action through mobile court and marine courts, focal point. And if we go to the ship survey and construction, we set the standard for construction, we approve the design, at the same time we monitor the ship construction throughout this, monitor the construction process throughout this, when it is built. And then also we look after the classification societies. So maritime safety, we look after the lighthouses that we have. Then we also coordinate with the Bangladesh Navy with the search and rescue, then investigate maritime accidents, and then LRAT function facility we also provide. And we also act as a designated authority for the dangerous good IMDG code. Then maritime security, we ensure that ISPS code is properly complied. And in the maritime education, as I said, that basically we ensure the compliance of the STCW and ensure that our seafarers are well trained to perform their jobs on board the ships. So if you can see, these are the different organizations we coordinate to perform our duties as a maritime administration: hydrography, meteorology, maritime security, blue economy cell, and then search and rescue, ports, and Ministry of Environmental and Climate Change. Okay, so now comes to our function as a flag state. As I said, that we have to ensure that our ships are maintain the proper quality when they goes to different ports of the internationally. So you can see that we are actually a member of IOMU, Tokyo MU. We are in the gray list because we have some recent some port state detention. So, but we are working on it so that immediately we can transfer to the white list. And this our organization is certified by ISO 9001 to ensure that we maintain the quality of our services. In the this is already I discussed basically, and then this is a flag state performance. We have only Paris of MU. We have that we are in the Paris MU. We are in the grey list. That also we have to upgrade, and we have to be signatory to CLC convention that we are working on. This is almost it is in the final state. Hopefully, next 1 or 2 months we'll be able to sign this convention. Sorry. In the port state, if you see that this is a very good thing that in the IOME region we are almost doing the second largest inspection of the vessel after after the Australia. So this is one of the key things. We ensure that the ships which are coming to Bangladesh, they are COD and they are actually complying with all the requirements. So basically these are the stakeholders we deal with. Almost we have 36 different types of stakeholders we deal with: ship brokers, agents, recyclers, then BIWTA, TC, ship designer, and so on. And this is the recognized organization because to carry out our function, we have to get assisted by the classification society. In Bangladesh, we ensure that all our classification society is an IX member. So we have 7 IX members. They actually ensure the quality of our ships. So you can see that it is AVS, BV, RINA, IRS, Class NK. So they help us to perform our duties because they do the survey of our ships when it is not in Bangladesh, when it is in other countries. So then we delegate these tasks and then they do the surveys and certification on behalf of us. So here how we actually how we'll coordinate with the recognized organization. Mostly we have a MU with our classification society. So accordingly, they actually perform these surveys and certification in other countries. And some of the certification still we have not delegated. That actually we do by ourselves, like ISPS code. So this is some basic data as of now. You can see that we have rapid growth of number of ships, which is ocean-going ships. We have now 102 ships, and recently there are now a very positive policy change in the taxation system for the ocean-going ships. So we expect that maybe another 2-3 years this number can be doubled. And then there is also export-import growth for us. You know that we are the number 1 ship recycling nation, and we are a signatory to Hong Kong Convention, and it is very promising that within a very short time we made 17 Hong Kong Convention compliant recycling year. Then we have a shipbuilding shipbuilding and repair facility, more than 100, but mostly they looks after the inland ships. Then, as I said, we have classification societies and 14 ISPS compliant port facilities. And we have more than 20,000 inland ships, 7 inland crew training centers. That is for only the inland crews. Then, as I said, 102 ocean-going vessels, 600 coastal vessels, and also 268 fishing vessels. We have seafarers more than 17,000. They are active. With the inactive seafarers, it is crossing more than 21,000 seafarers. We have 78 manning agents. They actually recruit these seafarers to different companies worldwide. And then 7 government maritime training institute, 8 private maritime training institute. I think I'm not going fast, so in case you have any question, you can raise the question. If you have so far, otherwise I can proceed. Oh yeah, okay. Right. So other than the regulatory function, we have another major function is we work as a focal point for IMO. So all the communication between the IMO is done through Department of Shipping. So that is another big role we play. So if you can see that we have so far 26 IMO convention we are signatory. We are active members of IMO Council. We are category C from 1981 to 87, and also category B from 2002 to 2017. And the last we have served 2024 and between 2025 as a category C member. We are a focal point for RECAP, IMDG, and ISBC competent authority. And another good part is that we have completed the IMSA's audit, IMO member state audit scheme in 2017, and AMSA audit for our seafarer certification system in 2018. But we have some audit findings. Still, we are in the process of closing them. So you can see here the number of convention we have signed. 26 convention. IMO have 60 convention. But again, member state don't have to sign all the convention because maybe all the convention are not relevant to Bangladesh. So 26, and good news is that we are in the very final stage of signing 3 more convention: CLC convention, bunker convention, and wreck removal convention. And we have also planned to sign for a STCWF convention for improving the qualification of our fishing vessel operators, and also the Cape Town agreement, which is to regulate the unregulated prevent the unregulated fishing. So that is one area I think AMSA can help us. Okay, so we have a mutual recognition of our certificates with 33 maritime nations, and importantly with AMSA as well as IMSA. So this is our big achievement so far, because we are recognized by most of the renowned maritime nation in the world, and we have a shipping agreement with the 15 maritime nations. So as I said, our key achievement, if we say last 2 years or 3 years, basically we have a rapid growth of our merchant ships, which actually was almost doubled in last 2-3 years. And security incidents, there was a ISPS incidents in our coastal waters, but it has drastically reduced now. It is just it is nowadays it is just an attempt. Actually, there is no attack as such. And as I said, we served in the IMO Council 2024. So we actively take part in the distinguished member in the IMO Council of in 2024 and 2025. And another our success story was release of MV Abdullah. The ship was hijacked in Gulf, and then within 1 month we could release these ships from the pirates. This is one of the success, because this success came after a good coordination between all the agencies and know how we actually deal with the pirates. And another, just recently we have completed to have our JRCC, Joint Rescue Coordination Center. We have MRCC, which is run by the Navy. So Department of Shipping now have a JRCC, which is under a project. So in this, under this project, we have a control center, and then 7 lighthouses, 7 radio stations, and a command center. So maybe tomorrow when AMSA teams visit to our department, we can show them the facilities there. And again, recently we have opened a new crew training center at Madaripur, so that we can actually train skilled seafarers for our ships. And if you can see that we are doing quite good with the e-governance, digitalization. Almost 33 of our services are completely digitalized, means our candidates can actually get this service staying at home. And then we have a inland cruise, recently inland crew certification system. Now our crew also, inland crew, which is very big in numbers, more than 60 to 70,000. We are in the process of putting them in the digitalized, in the registration process. And then we also recently inaugurated a officer sign-on and sign-off system so that they can actually do the sign-on and sign-off staying at their home without coming to Department of Shipping. Then the future projects, what we are doing, we are making a database for our inland ships. We don't have a, though we have a registered ships database, but there are a lot of unregistered ships, about 20 or 30,000. So we have taken a project to make the database of all the ships, whether it is registered or unregistered. And then with the IMO also, we are doing a project, National Action Plan, that is with regard to developing a policy, how we can deal with the decarbonization strategy of IMO by 2050. So that is under process, and hopefully we'll get the National Action Plan by June of this year. And as previously said, we are in the process of a maritime single window also, which is also expected to complete by end of this year. So as our maritime have a very good prospect in the coming days, because we have a large pool of seafarers. And as you are aware that many of the countries, there are less seafarers, so we can actually accommodate them with our seafarers, and a seafarer earns more than 10 times than the normal other professions. So we are concentrating more on this, that how we can actually develop more skilled seafarer, and we can actually close this gap of lack of seafarers in the developed countries. Furthermore, whatever we provide service, we earn money for that, and actually whatever we earn more than what we actually do the expenditure. You can see here. So basically, if you, in short, know what is the shipping, coastal and inland ships, our strength. Basically, we are in the strategic location. We have a big, long inland waterways, then rising trade volumes, because as you are aware, we are upgrading to a developing country from least developing country, port modernization drive, and then challenges is our infrastructure, regulatory complexity. Our laws are quite old, need to be upgraded, environmental vulnerability, connectivity, coastal and river water pollution, especially the plastic pollution is a major one. Then inland ship safety that Mr. Hannan has already highlighted. And then opportunities, we have inland trade growth. It is because now with the decarbonization, it is more of going with the waterways is reduce the carbon emission, infrastructure investment, integration with the coastal shipping, and environmental sustainability. So if we see the challenges, first is our limited resources and infrastructure. That is one of the main challenges. And then come aging of our fleet, because the 102 vessels that we have, they are mostly not a new ships. They are mostly 10 or 15 years old ships. So with the change of new regulation, IMO Green Strategy to 2050, these ships has to be converted to alternate fuel like LNG, then ammonia or methanol. So that maybe will be difficult in the coming days. And then training and certification also. We need more. We need to update our syllabus with the latest happenings in the maritime field. And that is another main issue is our regulatory enforcement and compliance. Mostly, most of our organizations are lack of sufficient manpower to do this monitoring function. So that has to be worked on. And then lack of shipbuilding and proper shipbuilding facilities. Though we are doing a lot of shipbuilding and also the ship repair, but the most of the facilities are not well structured or modernized. So that need to be also considered on. And then limited coordination between all the agencies involved in the maritime administration. And also the investment financial constraint. We need the financial support to upgrade our infrastructure. And another maybe that will be very much important point. Lack of coordination with our emergency responses. Though some drills have been carried out, but that is not involving all the organization. We have a NOSCOP, approved NOSCOP in I think 2019, but till now we have not done a coordinated drill to see that how in case of real emergency or real pollution how all the organization will work, because as a administration different or with the NOSCOP different agency have different function to perform. So that is the main presentation. In the coming days, we are actually JRCC. We are just we inaugurated. We have to make it functional. Our law is 1983. We need to update it, and then we need to improve the syllabus and also put more qualified skill trainers for our academies. And maritime single window also we have to complete this project. And another good part is that we have a good number of now women seafarers. About 119 seafarers are working. Women seafarers are working in our ships. So in that way also we are performing quite good. But we have to ensure that they are now retained in the ships. It is not just getting the trained. So non-compliance do happen. So we have to concentrate more with the human resource development and also with the monitoring and enforcement. So that's it. Thank you. So we can take questions and answer when the session starts.
Sir, thank you, sir. The last speaker of this session is Captain Mohammad Asadul Jaman, GAWC DSCBN, Director of Planning and Acquisition, Coast Guard Headquarters for Bangladesh Coast Guard. Keeping the themes of today's workshop, he will speak on Bangladesh Coast Guard perspective on capability development. Captain Mohammad Asadul Jaman, GAWC DSCBN, joined Bangladesh Navy on 3rd July 1995 with 95 Bravo batch and was commissioned on 1st January 1998 in Executive Branch from Bangladesh Naval Academy. The officer attended number of courses at home and abroad. He did Junior Staff course from Bangladesh Naval Academy and Gunnery Specialization course from BMSC Sakan. He did Explosive Economic Zone Protection course from United Kingdom and NAVSCARE Senior Leader Small Craft Combating Terrorism course from United States of America. He is also a graduate from Defense Services Command and Staff College, Mirpur, and Armed Forces War Course from National Defense College. He served on board different ships of Bangladesh Navy in different capacities. He served as commanding officer of numerous number of ships from Bangladesh Navy and Coast Guard. Mentionable are Bangladesh Navy ship Dhaleshwari, Madhumati, Operaja, and so on. He was also act as instructor in Gunnery School of Bangladesh Navy ship Isa Khan and also School of Maritime Warfare and Tactics. He participated in United Nations Peacekeeping Mission in South Sudan. At present, he is serving as Director of Planning and Acquisition at Bangladesh Coast Guard Headquarters.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Director General, sir, and the Honorable Representative from AMSA and officers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and it is good afternoon. I'm a little afraid, sir, but it is still a big honor for me to deliver sitting in front of my divisional officer, actually, who raised us at the infant stage when we joined Navy. However, I take it as a great privilege for me. Sir, I like to start with a story, sir. It happened back in 25th March last year, 2025. It was during the month of monsoon, and a small coastal fishing vessel lost its engine at night about 35 nautical miles away from the shore. And the sea was quite rough, communication was weak, and the panic was growing on board the crew. And for the crew, the maritime safety was no longer a matter of concept, what we are discussing here. Rather, it was a matter of survival for them. And when the distress signal came up to Bangladesh Coast Guard, our patrol vessel navigated through the hostile weather, and then we brought every fisherman safely alive at home. Now, on that particular night, maritime safety worked, but the success also revealed many gaps in surveillance, in response time, thereby information sharing, and also lack of technology. So today I would like to speak about those gaps and maritime, and more importantly, what Bangladesh Coast Guard needs to close them, because mere presence is not everything, rather capability makes the sense. So with this, my aim is to highlight Bangladesh maritime safety and incident response needs from the Bangladesh Coast Guard perspective, focusing on capability development. And I shall discuss about the safety context, statutory role related to maritime safety and incident response, key maritime safety and incident response challenges, capability gaps, priority capability development needs, and finally strategic relevance with conclusion. So to talk about the maritime safety context, Bangladesh by geography and destiny is a maritime nation, but sometimes we forget. We have a 710-kilometer coastline, a vast exclusive economic zone, busy sea lanes near Chattogram, Matarbari, Mongla, and due to growing blue economy activities, that is ports, LNG terminals, offshore energy, fisheries, tourism, this busyness along the ports or slots are increasing day by day. And this growth increases exposure to maritime accidents, environmental pollution, irregular migration and trafficking, extreme weather events, and climate included disasters. And the effective maritime safety depends on actually early detection, rapid response, interagency coordination, professional Coast Guard capability, and these pillars of maritime safety are entrusted to the BCG under the BCG Act 2016, and thus we developed our mission. It is control piracy and illegal trafficking, protect maritime resources, prevent environmental pollution, ensure port and waterway security, and conduct humanitarian assistance and disaster response to support the economy and coastal livelihoods. And our vision is a safe and secured maritime domain to protect national interest. So the roles actually, what are those? There are many roles actually, but here I have highlighted only those related to today's subject, that is safety and security, but not related to piracy or all those things. However, so the roles related to today's subjects are protected national interest, protect and ensure seaport and waterway security, conduct search and rescue, respond to natural disaster, prevent pollution and illegal fishing, disseminate early warnings, maintain regular patrols. So mission and vision are not aspirational in a statement here. They are actually legal obligations. Maritime safety and incident response are core, not the peripheral function of BCG, sir. So maritime safety includes the vessel's traffic safety, port and offshore installation protection, environmental incident response, mass rescue operation, maritime cyber and communication resilience, and maritime incidents delay are often complex and cascading. A collision may cause the pollution, and pollution may affect the fisheries and the livelihoods. Delayed response erodes public trust. Now, if we look into the chain, actually, it's the collision and grounding that leads to fire on board, oil spill, medical emergency, and also the port disruption and livelihood loss. So, key challenges faced by BCG on those issues actually. First of all, we have a vast maritime area versus very limited assets. Huge expansion, increased responsibility, limited number of offshore capable platforms we have actually at this moment. Surveillance and domain awareness gaps, incomplete coastal radar and AIS coverage. We have, but it is not the complete one. Port has few facility, we have some, but not the complete one. Oh, sorry, sir. And then the incident response time, that is also long distance from the shore base, actually causing the response time delay, and weather constraints during monsoon and cyclones. Other challenges are like the environmental response limitations, like oil spill response ships and equipment are very limited for Bangladesh Coast Guard. We are conducting and we are performing, but it is very limited capacity. Interagency coordination challenges, already previous speakers also they focused on these issues, that we need actually further focus on interagency coordination to have a actually good command structure. Current capability gaps in a nutshell, if I summarize my previous slides, those are no offshore firefighting tug actually for Coast Guard, very limited oil spill response vessels, no helicopter-based medical evacuation facility, insufficient OPVs and EEZ response, and fragmented incident coordination. That is, when an incident takes place or when we look for something, then we go for coordination actually. It is a piecemeal basis, but there is no organized one. So these challenges directly affect maritime safety outcomes. The capability development needs for Bangladesh Coast Guard, that is enhanced maritime domain awareness, coastal radar chain expansion. We are looking for it, and we have given proposal to the government actually in the DPP. And then the nationwide AIS coverage, satellite-based vessel monitoring, maritime surveillance drones, all this together actually that can enhance our surveillance capability. Search and rescue and incident response as such, that is offshore patrol vessel with search and rescue capability, fast response boats for coastal incidents, dedicated rescue and ambulance vessels, helicopter or UAV-based search support. Then the capability development needs are also environmental protection and pollution response, that is oil spill response vessel. With our vessels, we have the limited oil spill response capacity. So that is actually, they call that we have the boom and we have the skimmers or all those equipments, but there are vessels actually dedicated for oil spill only. We do not have that one. We lack that one. Then the trained environmental response units, we train our people, but the moment we will get all those capabilities platforms, probably we'll have more trained manpowers. Then what Smith also focused, then my previous speaker also said that joint exercise, and here also I have said that NOSCOP. Based on NOSCOP, number of authorities are actually responsible for any incident, sir. But few, in 23rd, sir, there was a vessel sinking incident at the estuary of the Meghna. It was Sagar Nandini. And while conducting the rescue operation, especially it was a oil tanker and there were a spillage. So in that particular current and very deteriorated weather situation, Coast Guard could perform really well. And the media came out with the question what other agencies are doing. Why only Coast Guard is here? Because under the Ministry of Environment, many organizations are there, so big number. But why only the Coast Guard is functioning? So then comes the command, control, and information fusion. That is also the information sharing, and it is for our local purpose, that is inside the country, and also we actually demand information sharing from the international stakeholders also. They can provide us the real-time data actually. Then human resource and training development. So strategic value of capability development, that is it protects trade and ports, safeguard maritime environment, strengthen blue economy, enhance international credibility, reduce economic losses from maritime incidents, improve national disaster resilience, and support regional maritime stability. Finally, actually the message is that strengthening the Bangladesh Coast Guard is not merely a security imperative, it is a strategic investment in national resilience, economic growth, environmental sustainability, and Bangladesh standing as a responsible maritime nation. So if I look into a little bit more about the capability gap matrix, here I have mentioned that for fire on board vessel, we have a very limited capability, but we do not have vessels for, suppose if a fire is taking place in deep ocean, sir, that is quite far away from the coast. So probably then we do not have the available capability, and it's a critical one. In terms of oil spill at sea, we have very limited capacity. And then collision, grounding, suppose you need to push a vessel towards the coast, or you want to pull away some vessels, the capacity is almost zero, sir. Medical evacuation, at this moment we have 2 helicopters with Air Force, but again critical coordination. We do not have any helicopter with the Coast Guard. We are working on it, sir. And then offshore incident OPVs we need the incident command coordination, because we do not have actually any dedicated coordination center. It is a fragmented one. And the skilled response demand the specialized training. Bangladesh Coast Guard is conducting training, and we are conducting training for other agencies also, but the capacity is limited. So to conclude, I believe it didn't take much time. Okay. So to fall back to the story, they returned home safely, not because the sea was actually kind to them, It's because the system responded, because we could receive the message from them. And we can imagine the future in the same way that distress signals are detected instantly, not without any delay. Response vessels are closer and faster. Environmental damage is contained early, and lives, trees, and nature are protected seamlessly. But then what it requires? It requires investment, partnership, and capability development, particularly for Bangladesh Coast Guard, because we are the enforcement partner actually. We are talking about all those rules and everything that we have to comply. We have signed, signatory and all these things, but probably the enforcement partners for search and rescue, for vessel inspections, for prevention of piracy, for the oil spill control, and whatever it is. There comes actually who comes on the field, it's the Coast Guard. So the Bangladesh Coast Guard must be empowered to act as a professional, technology enabled and resilient maritime safety agency. Together we can ensure that every maritime story in the Bay of Bengal ends not in tragedy but in safe return. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. London audience, we have listened from our 4 esteemed speakers from different organizations, and we could learn different aspects considering the theme of today's workshop. First, we heard from Mr. Hannan from AMSA. He spoke mostly about the maritime safety, and he mentioned especially about the maritime transport policy, where we found that we have still a gap which we can improve, and also he spoke regarding the steps in conducting the needs of assessment for future maritime safety. And he also clearly mentioned about his agenda, why he has come to visit Bangladesh with his team. And obviously he will look for the questions from the audience, from the different stakeholders, that the best way they can provide their assistance to us. Then the speaker was Mr. Andrew Smith, again from AMSA. And as you have heard about his credentials, he talked about the maritime incident responses, and he covered mainly the maritime environment emergencies, then maritime search and rescue, then maritime how to manage the maritime casualty, and he especially mentioned about the maritime pollution, including the oil pollution. And then we have the speaker from Department of Shipping, Mr. Bashir. He gave a good insight about the SOLAS Convention, its implementation, how to implement in Bangladesh, and he gave a bigger picture how the Department of Shipping is working, what is their improvement and what is their challenges they are facing. So it was very evident and clear from this presentation that what are the requirements they are actually looking from the AMSA. Then the final speaker was Captain Asaf from Bangladesh Coast Guard. He clearly mentioned about the roles, duties and responsibilities of Bangladesh Coast Guard in terms of maritime safety and security, and he clearly showed us the challenges and the gaps, and also what are the facilities Bangladesh Coast Guard now needs from the government side, as well as if the support they require from the foreign agencies like AMSA. So thank you, sir, for all of your insights. Now there will be a question and answer session, and it will be conducted till 1300 hours, because after that there will be lunch and your prayer break. So please keep in mind that after that whatever time will be spoiling, it is your time. So I'll request you to ask question, and before asking, please introduce yourself and mention about your question, that to whom you are asking the question. You can ask the question to the whole panel, then you can ask the question in very specific manner. And please do not ask more than one question to give everyone some opportunity. Thank you, sir. Now please, the floor is open.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Muhammad Ashifur Rahman from Bangladesh Maritime University. I am working as a research officer in the Institute of Bay of Bengal, and my research interest is satellite oceanography. Basically, I am from the urban and regional planning and remote sensing and GIS. My first opinion for the Abdul Hannan sir. In maritime safety, we have noticed some stakeholders and their contributions and responsibilities. I think there is a maritime safety issue which is dealt by satellite. I should mention that Australia does not have any own fleet of ocean satellite, but they use 25 foreign satellite for data sharing. My question is, how can we go forward for my Bangladesh in this field where we have no environmental satellite and ocean monitoring system by photogrammetry approach? Besides, we have lack of approach for data sharing with the foreign satellite like NASA. My second opinion for the Andrew Smith sir, from the website in AMSA, I have come to know that the AMSA along with international partners ensure the maritime safety by satellite through tracking vessel, detecting emergencies, enabling communication, forecasting weather and monitoring ocean. What will be your suggestion for our country in this safety aspect? I have another two opinions for the two speakers in my Bangladesh. I know two my sirs. My first opinion for Engineer Ubaidullah sir. First of all, ocean is ours and we are all authority to control and monitor the ocean. I should mention that we have authority to develop the city like Rajuk, Cox's Development Authority, Chattogram Development Authority, and we have dedicated authority for port development, inland water development, but what's about our own ocean development authority? I should mention the question that what's about the importance of a dedicated authority for ocean development like AMSA? And my last question for Captain Asaduzzaman sir, as the project partner is Australia, I should mention that in Australia, federal and state or territory agencies jointly provide governance, data sharing and framework and planning tools that contribute to ocean monitoring and safety. My question is, in Bangladesh, how can we come to a common platform to share data with maritime government stakeholders like BIMRAD, Bangladesh Maritime University, Bangladesh Coast Guard, Bangladesh Navy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bangladesh Oceanographic Research Institute, and others research institute in Bangladesh. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ashik. As I request Mr. Hannan to answer the first part of this question.
Thank you. Yes, your question is very high level one with the satellite system. And as far as we are concerned, the maritime safety, like what Mr. Bashir was telling, we are guided by SOLAS, Chapter 4 of SOLAS, with SOLAS and GMDSS. But about data sharing, different satellites, I'm not very, my expertise don't go in that area. So you are expert in your area, your research. I wish you all the best down there. But if you'd like to know how the ships communicate, they have their system through satellite system, Inmarsat, and now they have introduced some other satellites, isn't it? Okay, so you can help there.
Just to clarify, we don't have a satellite preliminary for the maritime activities or monitoring, but we have a Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman satellite, which is launched, I think, 2-3 years before. Maybe that data can be shared. I know. Yeah, communication. Yeah, but we don't have a dedicated satellite for monitoring our maritime. Yeah.
And in Australia, I think we use the Inmarsat and other satellite system for what we call distress alerts and all for the ship safety. But as far as data, my area is not in that area. So,
I think the spirit of Mr. Ashik's question to you, as I could receive, that despite not having own satellites,
yes,
how successfully Australian authorities are doing the business. That's what was the spirit.
I think as far as ship safety is concerned, they use commercial satellites. So we don't need to own a satellite like China is using their own satellite for communications, and like Inmarsat is there. So I don't think for defense, maybe you need to have your own satellites, but for commercial matters, you have commercial satellites available for communication. So that's maybe.
Already answered his question.
Yes.
For
Okay.
Maritime safety, you don't need a dedicated satellite.
Yes.
deal with this maritime safety? Is a GMTS and EGM, is a Bangladesh have got a EGMNS dedicated EGMNS system just recently inaugurated, and it's collaborated with the commercial satellites, and
Yes.
This can be used where this is not, you don't need a country-wide individual satellite. It's the international ones you can share with anywhere where you take the service providers are there all over the world, and they provide service for this satellite. And GMDS is a global maritime distress. Actually, for the safety, you need the distress signal, receive and communicate with the distress vessels. So it's already successfully done by all over the countries in the world, and Bangladesh is also doing the same.
So I'll request and stand you to answer the second part of this question. If you can recollect.
I hope I understood your question correctly, and I'd like to perhaps clarify what the question is so that I can take that back to my colleagues. So the first part is in terms of how AMSA uses satellite technology. As answered, we use the similar commercial satellite systems that are available to other organisations, both in search and rescue and in other work. And I suppose the best way I can answer that, but I'd like to talk to you at lunch if possible, so I can make sure I understand your question, is there are, in addition to the systems that AMSA uses for its incident response activities, there are other organisations that have partnerships with AMSA. So we have an organisation that looks after maritime communications, and that means that any distress alerts that are received or any distress communication that is received is received by that agency and then communicated to AMSA. So for us, for the AMSA Response Centre, it has an integrated information management system, a computer-based system that draws on all of those systems, and it turns that information into intelligence. But it's dependent on the training of the personnel to be able to understand the information that's receiving. So we are reliant on GMDSS, COSPAT SARSAT, and a range of other systems. And for example, if we are conducting a search and we want to know what were the meteorological conditions at the time that the vessel reported distress, for example, man overboard, we are able, through our Bureau of Meteorology, get a hindcast, which is satellite informed, which tells us what were the weather and sea state conditions at the time that the distress was reported. But it's not something that AMSA does and has the capability to do. It relies on a lot of partnerships, which sounds very similar to Bangladesh, to make those, to have that informed evidence-based decision making. We can't do everything. But can I speak to you at lunchtime to make sure I understand the question? Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. So now I'll request Mr. Boshi sir to answer the third part of this question.
Okay, so in the third part, I understand your question that as we have like Raju, so why don't you have we have a development authority for the ocean, right? That is the question. Again, I'm beg your pardon, because we as a maritime administration, we looks after basically the operation of the ships, management, their maintenance, their monitoring, how not the actually oceanography, So for that, I think we have a body. They do the research, and also in the chief advisor's office we have a I think blue economy cell, yeah, and I think in the our colleague is here from the MOFA, yeah, right sir, right. And also I think in the MOFA we have a maritime affairs wing. They also look after this part. So I think we have the organizations. Maybe it will be in coming days it will be all be together and coordinated so that it can deliver this responsibility more effectively. I think I could answer your questions. Thank you.
Sir, I will request Captain Asad sir to answer his final part of his question.
In the Australia, you referred that they have organizations actually to share data and all these things. Primarily, we can say that they have a joint agency task force. So where there is a officer from the Navy actually who leads, who is the admiral, then he takes under the umbrella the border force, the Coast Guard and other agencies. But in Bangladesh, probably at this moment, we do not have any such organization or any structure. So what we do, we do everything in a need-to basis. That when there is a crisis or when there is a requirement, based on that, then we coordinate. We try to set a group of officers to work on that issue. But probably what you discussed, we also feel the necessity. Sar is here. Sar was also talking previously. Another team came also. They also discussed on the same issue. So we are working on it, but we do not know when we can see the light. Regarding the sport and other, for the land management, there are what you said, that many organizations, Chattogram Unnayan, Dhaka Unnayan, like this. But then for port, probably we have the META, we have the BIWTA. They actually allocate land. They do not allow you to do anything indiscriminately along the coast and go for a construction. They decide that who will take place where. And sea, you cannot actually decide. But there actually we go for deciding the lanes. So that also we do, sir. From the Navy and the hydrographic section, we decide that through which lane the ships should mobilized and where fishing boats should ply, where not. Those are there actually. Australia probably they take the support of, there are many organizations like Hawkeye, Sea Vision, they provide satellite data solutions. They collect information from the satellite with the AIS and other all facility, many datas, and then they sell the data. So countries doesn't have the satellite may collect data, buy data from them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is not a question. I am Mominul Islam, Director, Bangladesh Meteorological Department. Sir, Bangladesh satellite, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman satellite, it is on the communication satellite. But Bangladesh Meteorological Department, we receive the satellite information from GK2 satellite, from Korean satellite, Himawari satellite, Himawari 9 satellite from Japan satellite, and FY from China satellite. So we are working like this way. So it is not a matter, we don't need to satellite, only just for that answers. I think it is important.
Thank you. Before we go to the next set of questions, I just want to clarify one more point. What Mr. Ashik asked, as I could understand, he is actually hinting at MSP, Maritime Spatial Planning, which in Bangladesh we do not have per se in an organized way. We are working on it, and actually Blue Economy Cell under the Cabinet or the Maritime Affairs Unit, or for that matter the BORI or BIMRAD, these are not the institutions to talk about the MSP. MSP is loosely the equivalent of, as you said, Rajuk and other things. I mean, you have to plan in which area of the sea you need to have your, gas terminals, you need to have your landing stations, so on and so forth. So it is MSP. So before MSP, you need to have the ocean policy. Then you have the maritime policy, the maritime strategy. So we are actually stuck on the top levels. But we have our senior officials, they're working on it. I think that together we can't say that we don't have. We do have, but we do not have the way the developed maritime nations they have. As such, we have these workshops and we have these connections with our partners, so that we learn the lessons, and our senior government officials, the concerned ministries, they would be taking away the lessons, and in future we can expect this to come in. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Just for your information, this is Mohammad Abdul Hannan, Secretary Ministry of Fisheries. For your information regarding MSP, our Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock is going to formulate a MSP within very soon, because there was one more meeting already been held. I was present at all the meetings. So hopefully it will be very soon. Thank you very much.
So we look for the next set of questions because we have only 5 minutes. So Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. I would like to thank BIMRAD. Sorry, so I need to introduce myself. I am Hassan Siddiqui, a faculty member of Bangladesh Maritime University. I would like to thank BIMRAD for inviting us to this occasion. And in my initial statements, I would like to draw the attention to the Program and respected Abdul Hannan sir. So please consider Bangladesh Maritime University add our institution in your bucket list while you are going to visit the maritime institution, the marine academies, because we are regulating the academic activities of the maritime institutions as well as we are developing the curriculums. We are working very closely with them as well as with the Department of Shipping. As my previous colleague asked a question and hinting towards MSP, that what for the MSP and what we see that there is two things. We have policies, national and international, but the policies are not implemented. So why? That's why we cannot get success in MSP. We have done an assessment that Bangladesh right now there are 10 level of MSP. Bangladesh is right now in level 2. And another thing is that coordination. We have the infrastructures, we have the agencies, but the coordination is very less here. So, and due to this, we have lost, we have infrastructures, but we can't saw the enforcement in the up to the mark. So, as in your discussions, sir, we have seen that there are developing countries. In the discussion of Captain Asad sir, we have seen that we have different gaps. As we are developing countries, we have limited resources. So we need to focus in that case efficient coordination and the management, resource sharing. Maybe all of our agencies will not be self-sufficient. In that case, we can go for efficient coordination and management. And another information I would like to share that we have National Logistics Policy 2025, National Port Strategy 2026, and Central Integrated Multimodal Transport Master Plan in 2025. For your information, sir. And another thing, we have seen that our stakeholders or the seafarers who are seafaring around the world, they have a mindset. When they went to South Africa, they don't throw a single piece of food in the sea. But when they came to Bangladesh, they become very reluctant. So there is a thing what runs in our psychology that we can throw it here. So we need to work on that. And your comments, not questions. Sir, not questions, sir. I would like, I have followed their discussions, sir. And as I am also working on MSP, I think our work and your work is parallel. So maybe my comments can help you or that's it, sir. And I would like to invite the team to our campus because we have lots of team there working on different segments with the diversity. We're working on safety, we're working on maritime incidents, accidents. We have the departments in the centers. Thank you.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I think thank you for giving that information, and sure, we'll make some time to visit. We'll discuss with you and visit. No problem. Thank you. Yeah. So I have some question for Mr. Bashir and also for Captain Asaduজ্জামান. And you have done a very detailed presentation. It's very much appreciated. Lots of data are there. So first thing, and all your presentation too, you have got some interesting, but first of thing, can we share your presentation with us? So because some important information is there which we can capture in our report, okay? And this is also will help us when we go to your office to ask some more questions. Now, one of the things is very interesting. You said that some of the important conventions you Bangladesh is yet to rectify that Nairobi wreck. It's already been there for a long time. And CLC, also bunker conventions. So it's in the process. So what prevented or why is you are delaying that one? Is any reason for that?
Sir, as I mentioned, we have CLC, civil liabilities, and then bunker convention and wreck removal. It is already, we have completed stakeholder consultation, full report is to our ministry. And now, we are in the interim government time. So, signing a convention sometimes required a broader, approval. So what we are expecting that immediately after election, when we have a new government, then it will be immediately executed, because initial work all is completed. Just now to sign these conventions.
Sorry, please. For your kind information, I am telling you that our CLC, wreck and bunker corporation already been submitted to cabinet division. I hope the next meeting will be approved it, and then we will sign.
A very important thing here coming. So you are becoming a party to the convention.
Correct, sir.
What about your domestic legislation?
Yes, you come to a very critical question. So, sir, as you are aware, I think we have already we have drafted our new legislation, with all this incorporated in our legislation. So in the legislation part, we don't have to work. As soon as our new legislation get approved, immediately we can actually implement these 3 conventions. Not only these 3 conventions, we kept options for in future some other new convention also to incorporate, because it is not possible always to change our law. So this time when we have developed this law, we ensure that there are ways so that we can incorporate the new convention in coming days. Maybe another 10 years, 15 years, some conventions coming. We can immediately put it in. We can implement that laws without changing our law that we are going to pass soon.
Thank you very much. It's very important. And when we visit, we will discuss more about it.
And
Thank you.
When you come tomorrow or day after tomorrow to Department of Shipping, we will have a more elaborate presentation for you, because we have a time constraint here, so we cannot actually show all the things. Thank you, sir.
Well, sir, you could actually, it's a very tricky question. It speaks about the core weakness. That vessel doesn't have any VHF or any such type of equipment, but somehow up to that range, the mobile network was alive. It was actually fluctuating. And we have a hotline, sir, for Bangladesh Coast Guard. We say it is a 16111. And anyone can call us, and it is 24/7 service. Always a person or 2 person at least, always sitting there. Out of 100 calls, probably, sir, 10 calls are genuine. Always 90 number in calls are disturbing, sir. So still, we receive all the calls, then we go for actually scrutinizing that who gives bad calls or the false calls. However, but then it came through the 16111, and we received the message, and then we mobilized our vessels. Any further questions, sir?
No.
Okay, sir. As you have asked a good question to him, you were talking about the legislations. We talk about the NOSCOP, but probably with all these legislations, sir, Director, sir. Sir, DG, sir, we are talking about the legislations. We have NOSCOP and many other things, but probably we lack that who will enforce it, what capacity they should have, and then how frequently they should go for this audit, capability audit, exercise number of conduct of exercise type of audit, and they must be answerable to a government high authority, sir. So with the legislations, if we can include all these things, probably we can see success. Otherwise, the government fund will go for always for same agency, and the maritime agency, and those are actually the lifeline saver. We will not get funds, sir.
May I just clarify? Thank you. I agree. That was a very interesting incident that you shared. So the distress alert came to Coast Guard via mobile phone. So the vessel wasn't carrying a distress beacon or any other safety equipment, no? Okay.
I think these are actually local mechanized fishing trawlers. So they are not supposed to actually far away from the coast. So, but they do air.
Sir, I just to include, there is already project going on with the Ministry of Fisheries that they are actually installing AIS for our fishing vessel. I think already 3 to 4,000 vessels is already AIS installed, but the rest of the fishing vessel has to be come under this one. And one of the main issue is that these fishing vessels are not always going to sea, so sometimes they are in the shore for a long time, they are anchored or they are tied. So keeping this instrument running, and it is difficult because they don't have the power once they are tied up. So okay, anyway, there are some challenges, but the process is still on to install AIS to all our fishing vessels.
If I augment it.
Just about, you mentioned about AIS. So but AIS is going to give you the location of the vessel, but what about sending the distress alert, because they don't have communication equipment? Is there legislation to have communication equipment?
Sir, for this one, still we are working on it, because you see the fishing vessel are very small in size, and also this expensive equipment, it is sometimes difficult for them to install. But at the moment we are working with the AIS, and then maybe in the phase by phase we'll be working with the VHF and all this thing. And mostly this project is run by the Ministry of Fisheries. Maybe they can give you more detailed information on this one.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just 1 minute.
Please, for updating Mr. Bashir's message, my information is that Fishery of Ministry and Livestock has already been taken a project for VMS, Vessel Monitoring System. Already they are working, and I hope it will be initiated next March.
Well, I had a talk with the deputy project manager for this. For that, it is probably Dr. Shamim, and they have installed AIS only on board 5 vessels, sir. It is vessel monitoring also. They are actually they could not find a good solution. I had a opportunity to sit with him, discuss with him for a good time, and then I forgot the name of PD, sir. Then I also shared my concern with him, sir, and then I requested him that take Coast Guard on board, sir, because you are working with something who will deal with the information and go for operation, and we are totally ignored about it. So he said that he will help allow Coast Guard to sit with the PD, and then probably we need to work in length on that issue. The Jahaji, there is an organization for vessel monitoring based on mobile, or many other organizations, so we need to bring on board. But at this moment, they have done a good project. Those installations, all those things are done, but not the vessel monitoring, VMS. VMS is almost at the infant stage. AIS only on board 5 trawler, not even, they cannot monitor any artisanal boat.
Now, thank you very much, Asad. Actually, we have this workshop keeping that back in mind, that now we are just updated by a senior officer of the government, Joint Secretary Imran, and you are also sharing. So actually what we feel to bring out the lessons, that the gaps we have as regards to our ministries, our practitioners, our research institutes, that's what it is. Now it's a matter of semantics, the naming of things, like we are talking fishing boat or fishing vessel. This is generic term. What is the length? What is the draft? What is the tonnage? But again, when we sit for the maritime domain awareness, there we talk about grey shipping and the switch of the AIS. You know, so now we are talking about AIS, whether it is installed or not. There we discussed that intentionally they switch off the AIS. So actually these all are relative terms, but thank you so very much for your keen initiative, and I really feel that we are really warmed up and triggered. Let's have a quick break for lunch and prayer. We come back again, and since we have taken 10 minutes, so we come back here again at 2 p.m. Imtiaz, I took on your behalf. Imtiaz, thank you so very much. Wonderfully conducted moderation, and thank you so very much, the respected moderator and all the esteemed speakers. So can we give a round of applause for all of our speakers?
Thank you very much, all of our speakers and respected moderator. Our third session will be commenced at 1400 hours. Thanks for your kind cooperation. Enjoy your food.
এটা কি বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে ভাইয়া? এটা বন্ধ করে দিব? কি অবস্থা খাইছো?
ওকে আর কি মেরিট নিয়ে তেজ করেছে টপার।
ও আচ্ছা, যে ওর ইয়া দেখাইছিলাম, মার্কশিট দেখাইছিলাম। ওকে, না না, আপনারা বসে যান। মডারেটর স্মিথ। চিনা ম্যাম চলে যাচ্ছে। এখন তো বিজি থাকি।
ভালো মানুষ তো ওনাকে কোকো মডেল নামাই দিতে গেছে উইন্ডোজ ইয়া ডাবল বুট করতে হয় না, ডুয়েল বুট করতে গিয়ে ওনার মেন উইন্ডোজ অ্যাকাউন্টে খাইয়ে দিচ্ছে। উইন্ডোটা আছে কিন্তু ওইখানে লগ ইন হচ্ছে না।
আমার প্রেশার ফল করতেছে।
তুমি এটা 2-3 বছর আগের ঘটনা।
এখন মনে আছে?
না না, উনি আজকে শুনলো যে আমার পিছনে এখন ওই অবস্থায় আছে, ঠিক করে দিও।
ওকে, ঠিক আছে।
Respected participant, may I kindly request to take your seat. Our session 3 will commence shortly.
সবাইকে একটু আসতে বলো। আসতে বলতেছি।
Respected participant, I would like to request you all to take your respective seat. Our session 3 will commence shortly.
আর কই সবাই কই?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our session 3 will be moderated by Mr. Andrew Smith, AMSA consultant. Now I am handing over the session to our respected moderator.
I hope I'm audible. Yeah, thank you very much and good afternoon everyone. First of all, I have taken the floor. I have been listening this morning and it was a wonderful discussion. I strongly believe that this discussion will come up with a strong outcome and which will be useful for Bangladesh in case of the maritime domain, maritime safety and the incident response. I have taken at the beginning of this session a few minutes to thank the Australian government from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that you see that the resource person on our right from the AMSA, Mr. Hannan and also Mr. Smith, take our gratitude from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And through you, I'd like to thank the Australian government for continued support in the maritime capacity building. And we want to see much more endeavors in the days to come. With this short note, I'd like to thank everyone and also all the participants for their effective engagement. And your effective engagement will end up with a good outcome document. We look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I am handing over the session to our respected moderator, Mr. Smith.
Maritime safety is a critical pillar for a maritime nation like Bangladesh. From navigation and weather forecasting to environmental protection and port operations, effective incident response requires strong coordination among multiple stakeholders. Today's session brings together operational perspectives from key national institutions, allowing us to learn from real-world experiences, challenges and best practices. Our first presentation will be from the Bangladesh Meteorological Department. Dr. Mohammed Abdul Hannan, a distinguished meteorologist, will highlight the critical role of weather forecasting, early warnings and meteorological services in preventing maritime incidents and supporting response during emergencies. I apologise for any mispronunciation. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Honorable Director, respected distinguished guests and enlightened participants in front of me. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I have to talk here a short presentation about the needs analysis of maritime safety and maritime incident responses, but I think the reasons behind of the reasons is meteorological department. So that without the meteorological information, I think a maritime safety cannot be fulfilled anyway. So that I think Bangladesh Meteorological will be a dominant stakeholder. So I think everything will be fruitful if the weather and climate information is taken heartily to respond quickly, especially on the seagoing vessels, fishing boats and trawlers and other international interventions. So my title is Meteorological Hazards over the Bay of Bengal, and what type of BMD issues, warnings to the Bay of Bengal. It is the main title, but I will go slowly. What is the activities of Bangladesh Meteorological Department over the Bay of Bengal for the safety? So there are many outlines, but we want to say you that we have to understand the pulse of the Bay of Bengal as well as the pulse of the mighty Himalaya, so that these two positions or location and topography is very important to understand the weather and climate information over Bangladesh. Meteorological departments, meteorological hazards directly affect maritime safety, especially seagoing vessels, fishing boats and ships operating in and around the bay. So that for safety navigation, the meteorological and climatological information is very important. First, we have to know that what type of meteorological hazards occur in the Bay of Bengal. You know that low pressure systems and depressions forms over the Bay of Bengal. Especially in the monsoon period, lots of low pressure systems develop over the Bay of Bengal, and its associated rainfall, and also in association of the low pressure, we experience high winds, so that low pressure systems sometimes intensified into depression in the monsoon period, or even in the monsoon period, tropical cyclone may also form over the Bay of Bengal. So that low pressure systems and depression is the main hazard over the Bay of Bengal. And sometimes no system, but the hanging trough over the North Bay, it is called monsoon trough. Sometimes we experience in the coastal belt high amount of rainfall, gusty wind, and sometimes squalls, and its associated sometimes thunderstorms occur in the North Bay and adjoining coastal areas. So that monsoon trough activity and its associated thunderstorm is another meteorological hazards over the Bay of Bengal. And you all know that tropical cyclone is the main hazard which is formed in the Bay of Bengal. It has bimodal character. That means March, April, and May we experience a tropical cyclone every year, and also in the post-monsoon, that means October and November, sometimes in the early December, we experience a tropical cyclone over the Bay of Bengal. So that the propagation of the tropical cyclone in intensification and decaying stage, and the track and landfall process of the tropical cyclone is very important for the safety navigation over the Bay of Bengal. And hazard impacts on marine operations. You know that the hazards which I mentioned earlier, it associated with gusty winds, squally winds, which reduce operational safety. And storm surge in association with the tropical cyclone can affect port operations and coastal facilities. And heavy rainfall sometimes reduce the visibility, and it is also impact navigation and port scheduling. So that this type of meteorological information, what is the role of Bangladesh Meteorological Department? Bangladesh Meteorological Department role is to give the early warning of this meteorological hazard with a reasonable lead time. If the seagoing vessels or fishing boats or port authorities or Naval Academy of Bangladesh or Coast Guard or every stakeholders of the Bangladesh Meteorological Department take these early warnings and make it effective, then I think the safety will be priority based and the safety will be ensured. Otherwise, I tell you that the reasons behind the reasons is important. The reasons behind the reason is meteorological and climatological information. And I think through this program, I think what type of hazards information is provided by Bangladesh Meteorological Department, it should be followed by the stakeholders of all types of stakeholders according the law forces agencies. And BMD warning and signals we have to provide. The most warnings over the Bay of Bengal is local cautionary signal number 3. It may be due to low pressure, it may be due to monsoon depression, or it may be the formation of thunderstorms over the North Bay of Bengal. So that BMD issues marine warnings, especially for the Bay of Bengal region, routine work. It is the routine work. And also local cautionary signal number 3 is issued, and danger signal and great danger signal is also issued when a tropical cyclone forms over the Bay of Bengal. And in the special bulletin, we mentioned that fishing boats and trawlers are advised to stay close to the coast or remain in shelter. So this type of information is very important because it is the safety measurement. So early warning enhance the safety. So it is very important. And another thing is that example I will go later. So here I will show you a recently devastating 6 cyclone over Bangladesh. You know that the cyclone every year, almost tropical cyclones form over the Bay of Bengal. In 2003, 3 cyclone, almost we call 4 cyclone, though 1 cyclone does not make landfall over Bangladesh. And 2004, 2021, and you know the most devastating cyclone of 2027 Sidor and 2009 Ayla, and thereafter Amphan, Foni, Nargis. There are many cyclones which form over the Bay of Bengal, but with the collective measures and early actions of Bangladesh Meteorological Department as well as the Disaster Management Department, and following the standing order of disaster, we are capable to reduce the casualties in a single digit. So it is a miracle for Bangladesh. So the collective and the response and the adaptation and early actions and anticipatory actions with the tropical cyclones special bulletin, even the government, the private sectors, NGO, INGO, academicians collectively works together, and the special bulletin make it fruitful, actionable. That's why the recently devastating 6 cyclones makes casualty day by day less and less. And there are many track of tropical cyclone. We found that every year it makes landfall over Bangladesh. So it is very important for the safety navigation. And the track only that are not straight towards Bangladesh, sometimes looping track also forms over the Bay of Bengal. So it is very difficult to understand which type of track is followed by the tropical cyclone, because when a tropical cyclone forms over the Bay of Bengal, it makes its tracks, changes its tracks, changes its intensity too much. So sometimes we meteorologists and the weather scientists are puzzled what will be the actual path of the tropical cyclone. So that after 3 hours we have to give special bulletins, and even if it is very important or very significant, then hourly special bulletins is issued by Bangladesh Meteorological Department based on the satellite, and when the tropical cyclone is captured by the radar, and mainly of the NWP guideline, so that it is very important to understand the looping characteristics of the tropical cyclone. So this is the, if you look in the graph, that you will find that in Bangladesh there are many sectors of the tropical cyclone. We mention in our special bulletins that Andaman Sea, North Andaman Sea, South Andaman Sea, Southeast Bay, Southwest Bay, Mid-Central Bay, Central Bay, North Bay, Northwest Bay, Northeast Bay. There are many sectors. So that I think people should be memorize this graph in their head to understand what is the meaning of the sector-specific special bulletin over the Bay of Bengal. And in the North Bay, there are sometimes from the Myanmar land-oriented low pressures goes to the Northeast Bay and North Bay, and it intensified and sometimes make depression, and it travels towards India or travels towards Bangladesh or travels towards northeastern part of Bangladesh. So this is the monsoon low pressure systems, and it cannot be intensified into tropical cyclone because it makes, and the landfall process is very near to the coastline, so that it did not get enough fuel or moisture to intensify into tropical cyclone. So that this is the characteristics of the monsoon low pressure systems which actually forms over the Bay of Bengal. And another thing is the tropical cyclone comes from the easterly waves. Easterly trough when entered into the Andaman Sea, then it intensified because the sea surface temperature of the Andaman Sea is more than that of the China Sea, and it intensified rapidly. The tropical cyclone forms and initially go westwards, then recover and sometimes make landfall over Bangladesh. So it is very important phenomena which is formed of the Bay of Bengal. So that the bimodal character, March, April, May, as well as the October, November, it is very vulnerable to form tropical cyclone over the Bay of Bengal. And another thing, Bangladesh Meteorological Department what does? Actually does routine work. 24-hour service is done by Bangladesh Meteorological Department. We have to work for sea navigation. We have to give inland report warning, sea bulletin. We have to give weather forecast for fishing trawlers, and evening time same things. Weather forecast for Bangladesh, South Bay of 24 degree north and north of 21st degree north. So that these regions we have to routine works, morning, evening and night. We have to give 3 times sea bulletins and also list of daily forecast, routine forecast over the Bay of Bengal every day. And you know that the category of the weather systems which forms over the Bay of Bengal, it is called low pressure, well marked low, depression, deep depression, then cyclone, severe cyclone, very severe cyclone, and sometimes super cyclones forms. But in the recent years we found that if any systems forms over the South Bay of Bengal, it intensified rapidly and make it super cyclone or very severe cyclone. But interesting thing is that before make landfall, it reduces its intensity and sometimes it gets lose its intensity. So it is very difficult to minimize the intensity suddenly because no time. So cyclone is, we understand that cyclone is decaying its intensity, but no time to explore to the public that it is losing the, because shelter, evacuation process, other huge works is done. So sometimes this mystery and this mysterious character of the tropical cyclone which we are experiencing in the recent years, it should be considered, and the uncertainty of the landfall process of the tropical cyclone should be considered. So we have to definitely understand the people, the uncertainty of the tropical cyclone before making landfall. It is the time to make them clear understanding. And another thing, when a tropical cyclone forms, so we have to give different types of sea bulletins, and you are getting, because Law Forces Agency, Navy, Army and Air Force, first priority we send the message immediately to the Law Forces Agency to make actions immediately. We have to give extra in the code name. We have to give forecast for storm, daily storm. This is a code language, different based on different UTC. We have to disseminate this type of sea bulletins as early as possible. And another thing is, when cyclone forms, according to a standing order of Bangladesh, we have to warning the warning signal at least 24 hours advance, and danger signal at least minimum 18 hours advance, and also great danger signal minimum 10 hours advance. But the capacity of Bangladesh Meteorological Department is increasing fastly, so that not we are following this at least phenomena. We give the bulletins and warnings and danger signal even 7 days before, 5 days before. So we now get the lead time, more lead time to take actions. But whatever be the warnings, it should be mention the name of the cyclone, the position of the storm, area likely to be affected if possible, and then approximately time of commencement of gale winds. When high winds will start, we also mention in the special bulletin, and maximum wind speed expected we also mention in the bulletin. Then we have to include it with it, the storm surge, even the tidal approximate height, though we have the well organized bathymetry data. That's why storm surge is also done it model based. So I humbly request Bangladesh Navy, if they share the bathymetric data, then it will be the input of the storm surge model. Then the storm surge will be predicted more effectively and more correctly, not correctly, accuracy with precision. So we are hopeful that you will share the data with us. And we mentioned the category. So compound observation every day, in the morning and evening we are giving, and in the no storm warning we write no storm warning. If any storm forms over the Bay of Bengal, then first part should be included warning Bay of Bengal, and what is the part 2, what is the synoptic condition is written there, and we mention weather, wind, visibility at the compound information. Every day we are getting this information. And then fleet forecast of the seagoing vessels and also fishing boats are getting this type of information. We have to give the weather information, wind, speed and direction, and visibility, and outlook for 12 hours in the morning and in the evening, so that 24 hours covered. And we have to mention the pressure drop at 2 times, 00 UTC and 12 UTC. In the fleet forecasting we are giving as a bulletins, and in the morning we are giving same information in the name of aurora, and in the afternoon time or in the 15 UTC we are giving the warnings of the Bay of Bengal in the name of balloon, and also we are giving 24 north south. Actually it is the Bay of Bengal condition we have to inform to the wind with wind visibility and foggy condition in the winter seasons. And fishing boats and trawlers we have to give information according, just you will see there is a 100 kilometer west of Cox's Bazar and 50 kilometers south of Cox's Bazar. We have to mention the wind speed and direction for taking necessary action by the fishing boats and vessels, and also visibility we have to mention, and Chittagong and Cox's Bazar pressure also mentioned in the sea bulletin. So there are lots of information is provided by Bangladesh Department. Then when a tropical cyclone forms, we give special bulletins, and these bulletins mention in the first paragraph what is the synoptic condition, where is the location, and what is the distance from the coast of or the sea from the seaports of Bangladesh, and also when maximum wind starts and what will be the system centers condition, it is rough or very rough. This information provided, and maritime ports of Chittagong, Cox's Bazar, which signals will be advised, it is mentioned in the special bulletin. And category wise the bulletin and intensification increases and wind speed also increases. Last one is, there are many bulletins, and this is the last one. When the tropical cyclone make a very severe cyclone, then lots of information, maximum wind information, maritime port signal systems, and there are maritime systems and their offshore districts and islands should be mentioned in the special bulletin, which is under great danger signal number 9, 8, 9 and 10. And also at the last part, storm surge, inundation phenomena, and the advisory for the fishing trawlers and boats is included in the special bulletins. So that lots of information is given in the name of a special bulletin when a tropical cyclone is very near to the coast or at the time of May landfall. So that benefits of BMD warnings, what is the benefits? Benefit is this: early alert for hazardous condition in the bay. They will know the sea condition. Helps maritime authorities prepare ports and restricts vessel movement. They are doing that. Reducing risks to fishermen, small boats and shipping lines, and support decision making for how to use these alert systems for decision support systems. They do that. And limitation of the warning system, it is very important that you know that forecast uncertainty is a limitation itself. So that we have to mention the forecast uncertainty, because predicting exact intensification and track of the Leopard's system and cyclonic system remains changing. It's changing so fast, sometimes uncertainty occurs. That times landfall errors and also time errors may be happen. So that you have to consider that the every forecast has some forecast uncertainty, but it is not more than 5 to 10%. Forecast accuracy is now above 85%. So that you can run with these special bulletins, 85% accuracy you can run, you can take actions, 15% or 10% errors occur. And lead time is now considered. Before that, up to 2003, we are giving lead time only 24 hours. Now from 2023, we are giving 72 hours, and 2024 and 2025 we are giving lead time 5 days, even sometimes 7 days. So lead time is now quite well, and communication is also gap. We cannot communicate with the forecasting center to the root level. We would like to mention that early we have to maintain the early warning for initiative, which is the WMO guideline, but not we want to tell that every forecast will go to the last mile, but now we are not saying that. We are saying that what will they do after getting their forecast, how the people will make it actionable. It is very important. So that communication gap remains, infrastructure and equipment limitations we have, and environmental changes quickly due to global warming. The sea surface temperature is increasing, so that the evaporation rate and other oceanic phenomena, ocean current and other atmospheric condition is changing so fast. So environmental challenges make the climate, and rising sea levels may change hazard patterns and their pattern and their intensification. So it is very we have to think how we will minimize this changing character. Not only the changing character, the changing rate is changing, and sometimes in Bengali we call it শুধু পরিবর্তনই হচ্ছে না, পরিবর্তনের রেট পরিবর্তন হচ্ছে, এবং এই জন্য এক কথায় আমরা বলি পরিবর্তনের পরিবর্তনও পরিবর্তনশীল হচ্ছে. So it is very challenging. Apology for you. And another thing is challenging beyond warning. Enforcement of advisories at sea cannot be difficult if we take initiatives. Communication infrastructure among fishing communities sometimes weak. International coordination is essential but complex. I need your help. And I think international, already earlier presenters, I have found that International Maritime Organization, WM and International Hydrographic Organization, if they coordinate and cooperation and connectivity makes strong, then this phenomena will be fruitful, and the safety of the seagoing vessels will be more fruitful. And another thing, you know that safety airplane, lots of works is tells about the SOLAS. I do not mention here, but I have to mention here that International Organization Guideline WMO member is Bangladesh Meteorological Department. So it is our mandate to give the cyclone tracking and marine hazard warning. It is according to WMO guideline we have to provide, but we have no monitoring equipments in the Bay of Bengal. We have no ocean monitoring systems. We have no SARS gas. We have no actual bathymetry data, and we have no ship data. But we have to give this type of all information based on the numerical model predictions, as well as the satellite-based satellite retrieve data, and also when the systems is under the radar observation, then we can provide this type of information. But with the holistic approach, my approach is here with AMSA, that if ocean monitoring system with the integration of Bangladesh Navy, if we can do that, then Bangladesh Meteorological Department and Bangladesh Navy can lead to make marine forecasting more accurately with precision, and we are hopeful that we will do for the safety of the seagoing vessels. And another thing is that global maritime, you already told about GMDSS, and it is also important, but BMD responsibility is that according to GMDSS, BMD responsibility is that weather forecasting and warnings, but who will make it action? It is the Bangladesh Navy Ports Authority. They will dissemination these early warning systems, because Bangladesh has a rule that in the inland river port, BIWTA is the responsible organ, but from coast to the deep sea, the responsible organ Bangladesh Navy. So that when we will issue weather forecasting and warnings, immediately we send it to Bangladesh Navy, Air Force and Army, so that they will disseminate for early action of the systems. So I hopeful that collaboration and cooperation will ensure that, and lots of talk here, flag state responsibility. We have to maintain the SOLAS, GMDSS and IMO safety standards, because behind these, meteorological information is important. So I think ship's master's responsibility what will be, and what will they will after getting the early warning system. So I think that communication is gap. But with the STEP consortium, we make a repeater translate our early warning to 60 miles south. And if the fishing boats and ships uses VHF technology, then boat to boat can coverage more 20 miles. So that 62 plus 20, 80 miles early warning system can be reached more effectively if Bangladesh Navy and Bangladesh Meteorological Department work together. And I am hopeful that Bangladesh that will be do. And I am think my time is very short. Our DG sir is mentioning his fingers. So that I think way forward is that we have to install marine radar, number one. Number two, we have to know how to use the satellite retrieved data for early warning generation and also for the safety navigation of the seagoing ships, vessel, etc. We need to immediately install ocean monitoring system and search gauges, and data should be sharing, and fruitful communication with the fishermen, so that what it will do, it will increase the forecast accuracy and warning. If the forecast is accurate, if the dissemination process is accurate, then safety navigation will accelerate it. And this is the warning dissemination process. And I want to mention, sir, you look, Storm Warning Center of Bangladesh Meteorological Department issues all warnings, and immediately within 10 minutes it is sent to DDM, MODMR, all electronic and printing media, as well as Navy, Army and Air Forces. So that through this channel, whole Bangladesh will receive our systems. It is bookish, it is Bible approach, but practically I believe that the people are not getting the early warning system as it is written here. So we are liable, we are responsible, you are liable, you are responsible, so that we have to work together. And so Bangladesh Meteorological Department disseminate this forecast like this way, and we will work together. Our head of department, director of Bangladesh Meteorological Department here, also AMSA here, director general here, all enlightened people is here. So if we think in a fruitful way, I am optimistic person, I am hopeful that no accident will happen in the Bay of Bengal. And I have a plan that if we work together, then no casualties occurs over the Bay of Bengal. So gaps, there are many gaps. So I think what is the challenge? Challenge is data, investment, physical infrastructure, knowledge. So how we will do? We will increase investment, because meteorological information is costly. Meteorological service is costly service. So that the government should understand. We are the part of the government. So we have to make understand the government that what is the importance of Bangladesh Meteorological Department, what is the importance of the Bangladesh Navy and Coast Guard, shipping authority and other organizations. So if we work together, I am hopeful that we will a sustainable Bangladesh, and Bangladesh will be in the apex in this region. And thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and apologies. Our second presentation from the Bangladesh Navy, Lieutenant Abdul Hannan, a staff officer in hydrology, will share operational insights on maritime safety from the naval perspective, particularly the role of hydrographic information in safe navigation and incident preparedness.
We can take 2 minutes break to this gentleman. He has a very important meeting to attend. So. Please spare 2-3 minutes.
if the visibility less than 100, 1 kilometer, on 100 meter, 1 kilometer, then over the North Bay of Bengal we issue fog. We have to make compound, fillet, aurora, balloon over the Bay of Bengal. Every bulletin we mention the visibility may reduce due to fog, but sometimes over the Bay of Bengal, this year we experiences thick fog over the North Bay of Bengal, but over the Bay of Bengal the foggy condition is light to moderate. Sometimes in the sea, fog formations, its density is 600 to 800 visibility can be seen, or sometimes 500, but less than 500 visibility in the deep sea it is rare. But in the coastal belt, sometimes the visibility due to fog reduces less than 150 meter. Immediately then we make warnings and disseminate in the name of balloon, name of aurora, name of compound and fleet forecast, and we incorporate it.
As you know, our inland fleet is the world's almost the largest fleet in the world, or second largest fleet. So, for this fog, the accident frequency of the accidents is more likely in the inland vessels. But we can see your forecasting and the way of disseminating it, the how some places or in the area tends to light fog. It's very confusing and it's not actually is fruitful for the relevant stakeholders. So it's every year in the foggy season now also in we can say in 25th December, I think 25th December we had 12 accidents in our inland waterways due to the restricted visibility. So I think we have to work more about this, how we can
Thank you so much. I got your point. Actually, the fog prediction in the world is so difficult because fog forms sometimes in Bengali we write at places, not the continuous places. Fog prediction, if you go in inland river by launch or ships, then you will get 2 kilometers if you travel, no fog. After that, you will get fog. In the highway, if you get 10 kilometers, no fog. After traveling 10 kilometers, you are getting fog. So fog prediction is very difficult. We need fog detection and monitoring system, so that we talk with our respected director, with your chairman. Last year, 3 meetings has been conducted by the lead of your department, and they write a letter to the Ministry of Defence as well as mentioning Bangladesh Meteorological Department how to install fog detection system. We have no fog detection system. We are predicting according to the numerical model guideline and based on the 61 meteorological observations, so that our observatory is discrete type of observation, not continuous. So if we can install the fog detection system in the inland river port path, or we have to assess where is the thick fog or dense fog occurs. We have to assess in the highway as well as the inland river port. Then we have to install fog detection system. I do not mention here the company's name. If you install a series of fog detection system and if we monitor it, then the accident will be reduced. Thank you so much.
So what is your plan to enhance it or to reduce this culture?
I think we will work together. We will work together.
I think he can give us the plan because he is in a hurry and we also want to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have no time. Sorry. Apology. I have to move now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Since you will not be waiting till the end.
I will now encourage our welcome our second speaker to continue his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, sir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected delegates from Australian Maritime Safety Authority, AMSA, Honorable Director General BIMRAD, representatives from various maritime organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to you all. I am Lieutenant Commander Jubair, performing the duties of Staff Officer Hydrography at Naval Headquarters. It's indeed an honor and privilege for me to present before you on maritime safety and incident response at the Bay of Bengal by Bangladesh Navy. The presentation shall be unfolded as per the sequence placed on the screen. The presentation will cover introduction, types of maritime incidents with practical examples, maritime safety and incident response at the Bay of Bengal, and finally I will conclude my presentation with the hydrographic support to maritime safety response. To do so, I will take next 10 minutes. As one of my previous speaker has already mentioned, and all of you know that in 1912, RMS Titanic sank, claiming more than 1,500 lives. This tragic catastrophe exposed serious shortcomings in maritime safety practices of that time. The incident shocked the international maritime community and drew global attention to safety at sea. As a result, the urgent need for internationally accepted maritime safety regulations was clearly recognized. In response, the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, SOLAS in short, was adopted in 1914 and subsequently amended from 1929 up to 1974 to enhance maritime safety at sea. SOLAS Chapter 5 and 11 addresses safety of navigation, including essential services such as search and rescue, introduces special measures to further enhance maritime safety, and focuses on special measures to strengthen maritime security and protect ships and port facilities. With this short introduction, the aim of my presentation is to brief you about the maritime safety and incident response at Bay of Bengal by Bangladesh Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bay of Bengal serves as the primary maritime gateway of Bangladesh, supporting the nation's seaborne trade. It accommodates high-density international shipping lanes connecting regional and global markets. The area is frequently affected by cyclones and adverse weather, posing significant operational challenges for all of us. It is therefore vital for trade, energy transportation, fisheries, and overall maritime and national security. This includes distress at sea under SOLAS and search and rescue cases, cyclones requiring rescue operations, vessel collision, grounding, fire, flooding, oil spill, marine pollution incidents, and illegal or unsafe maritime activities at sea. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the global, regional and national maritime safety and incident response structure supporting the Indian Ocean region. At the global step, you can see IMO, IHO, UNESCO, they are working, and under them Indian Ocean Rim Association, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, and Djibouti Code of Conduct, they are working under the global shade. And in regional level, MRCC networks, Maritime Rescue Coordination Center, these types of networks are working at the national levels, various navigational areas and hydrographic offices through their respective Navy, Coast Guard or other maritime stakeholders like ports and various shipping authorities, they are working. This is the Indian Ocean Maritime Safety Architecture. In practical search and rescue cases, distress alerts are received via GMDSS and routed through the Maritime Rescue Coordination Centers, enabling regional and international coordination for timely responses. In the screen, you can see one practical example that we have. We means MRCC Dhaka, Maritime Rescue Coordination Center. It is situated at Naval Headquarters. It has received one distress signal from MRCC Mumbai. Just after receiving this distress signal, MRCC Dhaka, at first we acknowledged to MRCC Mumbai that we have received your message and we are investigating this message and we will give you update. So this incident happened on last month, 24 December 2025. So what MRCC Dhaka, that Naval Headquarters, under Naval Headquarters, what we did, we have investigated this issue. We sent it to MRSC, Maritime Rescue Sub-Center. We have 2 Maritime Rescue Sub-Center at Dhaka and Chattogram. So we send it as this position is located near Chattogram. So we have sent MRSC and also Coast Guard Headquarters. So through Coast Guard Headquarters and also local police, we have investigated and we found that this is a false distress signal, and we let the MRCC Mumbai, we let them know accordingly. So sometimes, as Captain Asad sir told that we sometimes we have received the false distress signal from various corners. Bangladesh is responsible search and rescue authority in the EEZ of the Bay of Bengal area. Bangladesh Navy operates MRCC Dhaka on behalf of Bangladesh government, supported by Maritime Rescue Sub-Center at Chattogram, which is the eastern part of Bangladesh, and MRSC Maritime Rescue Sub-Center at Khulna, which is the western part of Bangladesh. So MRCC Dhaka is situated at Naval Headquarters, and we have another 2 MRSC in Dhaka and Chattogram. MRCC Dhaka acts as the primary search and rescue coordination center. It receives distress alerts, tasks naval or coast guard assets, and coordinates with the regional and international MRCCs. Under MRCC Dhaka, we have, as I told earlier, we have 2 MRSC, Maritime Rescue Sub-Center at Chattogram and Khulna. The MRSCs function as regional coordination centers, ensuring rapid response to coastal and offshore incidents, maintaining communication with MRCC Dhaka, and controlling local assets. In addition to that, MRCC provides the maritime safety information, which includes navigational warnings, weather and cyclone alerts, hydrographic and chart corrections, and broadcast via NAVTEX, safety nets or VHF. During cyclones, early warnings are disseminated, ports and shipping safety is coordinated, evacuation and rescue operations are conducted, and inter-agency coordination is ensured through Bangladesh Navy, Bangladesh Coast Guard, Bangladesh Meteorological Department, Principal Officer Mercantile Marine Department, that means Department of Shipping, and various port authorities. Marine pollution response includes oil spill detection and reporting, containment and mitigation actions, coordination with national authorities, and regional or international assistance if required. Bangladesh Navy and Bangladesh Coast Guard are assisting to the government for doing this with the help of their air asset and surface fleet. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh Navy Hydrographic Survey Fleet supports maritime safety through hydrographic surveys, issuing notice to mariners, charting, and navigational products including ENCs and tide tables. For doing so, Bangladesh Navy is having 5 in number hydrographic vessel, namely BNS Onushandan, BNS Shoibal, BNS Shurubi, BNS Dorshok, BNS Tollashi. You can see in the screen. And Bangladesh Navy is having 2 in number survey boat, namely Jorib Boat 1 and Jorib Boat 2. With these 5 hydrographic ship and 2 hydrographic boat, we are serving in our EZ area. Our EZ, that means exclusive economic zone, is divided into 63 in number nautical chart scheme. So far we have published 55 in number paper chart from Bangladesh Navy Hydrographic and Oceanographic Center. On behalf of Bangladesh government, Bangladesh Navy Hydrographic and Oceanographic Department is doing all the hydrographic survey at the sea area. So the ENC, Bangladesh Navy Hydrographic and Oceanographic Center also maintains 18 electronic navigational charts, including 9 in number international paper chart and 11 in number electronic navigational chart. You will be glad to know that this was the mandate of International Maritime Organization and International Hydrographic Organization, that all international ships entering to Bangladesh, we have to have electronic navigational chart parallel to the paper chart from 2018. And Bangladesh Navy, particularly Bangladesh Navy Hydrographic and Oceanographic Center, produces ENC electronic navigational chart from since 2018. Also, BNHOC is publishing some publication like BN tide table in yearly basis, BN chart catalogs, and some special charts as demanded by our stakeholders. You can see a total published 55 number published BN chart scheme. It is dividing whole our EZ areas. You can see in the screen. So this one square is a paper chart. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bay of Bengal is strategically vital maritime area that demands continuous vigilance and effective safety management. International framework such as SOLAS, IMO, IHO provide the foundation for maritime safety, while regional and national mechanisms ensure their practical implementation. Bangladesh Navy through MRCC Dhaka and MRCC Chattogram and Khulna, MRSC Chattogram and Khulna plays a central role in coordination for search and rescue and incident response operations, timely dissemination of maritime safety information, cyclone response, and pollution control further strengthen operational readiness. Supported by robust hydrographic services and navigational products from Bangladesh Navy Hydrographic and Oceanographic Center, Bangladesh remains committed to ensuring safe, secure, and sustainable use of the Bay of Bengal. Ladies and gentlemen, with this I came to the end of my presentation. Thanks all for your patience hearing. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you for that informative presentation, sir. Our third presentation, we will have an experience sharing session from the Department of Environment. Mr. Kondakar Mahmud Pasha, Deputy Director, will discuss the environmental considerations during the maritime incidents, including pollution response, coordination challenges, and lessons that have been learned from past events. About 15 minutes, sir. Is that okay, sir? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank BIMRAD, AMSA, and other distinguished guests. And very good afternoon. I would like to thank DG BIMRAD, sir. The food was delicious. Thank you very much. Nobody likes us. We always say stop. So that's why we face difficulty just in front of everybody. So everybody says that stop. We say stop. But we would like to say that we are talking about the Bangladesh Constitution Article 18A. We talk about the current and the future generation. We do not talk only about our current generation. We would like to work about our future generation so that the development can be futuristic. Everybody talk about many things, but we miss a point, that is marine pollution, that plastic pollution. we just throw bottle, we just throw plastic in the in our water body. Ultimately, all goes to the ocean, and ocean has a corrosive nature. They just break down these plastics, and it becomes microplastics. And this microplastic is so dangerous that it just become part of our food chain, because those plastics is by the various species in ocean, and we just eat those marine animals or marine fishes that goes to in our food chain. It is very dangerous and very alarming. There are some magnificent facts about Bangladesh, about environment. You know, there are 4 international bird flight area, and one of them is about one of them is in Cox's Bazar. There are 3 ecological critical area in Cox's Bazar, especially. You know, there are 13 ecological critical area in Bangladesh, and most or 3 are in Cox's Bazar. One is Sonadi Island, one is Saint Martin Island, and another is Cox's Bazar Peninsula. Why those are declared by the government critical or environmental hazardous? Because there are some species which are very endangered. We need to protect them, and all this ecological critical area are just besides the oceans. So that's why we need to be very careful. Bangladesh Department of Environment, Minister of Environment Forest, Bangladesh Department of Environment has a master act which is called Bangladesh Environment Conservation Act 1995, which is greatly amended in 2010. This Environment Act actually focuses on conservation of nature, basically conservation of nature and prevent pollution. And though I am working in Cox's Bazar, we actually do work in Cox's Bazar, basically focus on conservation of nature, because their pollution is very less in Cox's Bazar, so we work on the conservation of nature. My actually presentation is very small and very precise. I will work about the 5 points. One is actually we will talk about the blue economy, we will talk about the NOSCOP. First, we will talk about the first point is mine is strategic planning and policy. What do we take strategic planning and policy? In 2026, Department of Environment has developed a short, medium and long-term action plan to manage and extract marine resources from Bangladesh newly acquired maritime territory. And DOE also developed a blue economy action plan, especially for the sustainable extraction and eco-friendly management of marine resources. And we will share with BIMRAD, and this team, this AMSA team will go DOE. So we will share that what is our plan. So we can you can just it will help you. The second one is the research and assessment. We do some research, and we have some assessment. One is we do have 3 projects. One is called assessment of coastal and marine biodiversity resource and ecosystem. Under this project, with the help of Dhaka University, we have some assessment about the ecosystem and biodiversity resources, and we will provide this data with you. We will share this data with you. And under this project, we have a conservation management plan and monitoring protocol for this area. Actually, this is all our coastal area. The second project is by the Climate Change Trust Fund, a research project titled Projection of Sea Level Rise and Assessment of Sectoral Impacts. Under this project, we studied the impact of the sea level rise on water, agriculture, and infrastructure. And we also take help from the BIWTA and the project is already finished. We have the document. The third one is integrated approach towards sustainable plastic use and litter prevention in Bangladesh. This project is funded by UNIDO, and the project is actually is working for prevention of marine litter, and it also works about the raising consumer industry awareness. What we have the international commitments. The third one is DOE actively works to implement international convention and protocols related to marine resource conservation. We have Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which is in a nutshell called KMGBF, which is record protecting 30% of land, coastal and marine ecosystem. And Bangladesh developed its National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, that is called NBSAP. It is 2025 to 2030. The plan sets a goal to manage 10% of coastal and marine area as protected zones. My fourth point is legal and regulatory frameworks. The DOE has included a specific standard for marine pollution monitoring in the revised Environment Conservation Rules 2023, because in Environment Conservation Rules 2023 we have some standard parameters of different types of pollution, water pollution, but we don't have any things related to ocean pollution. So we are just now including in our 2023 rules. We are working on this, and we have another thing is that the National Environment Policy 2018, which already has been updated, focusing on the marine pollution. My fifth point is pollution control and emergency response. What is our actually plan, and what do you do against the pollution, against the marine pollution? In our Chittagong lab, we have some divisional lab. In our Chittagong lab, we have 4 points where we take data. We test water quality data for different points from export processing zone EPZ to Kornofuli River estuary. And we just take this data, and we have also a National Oil and Chemical Spill Contingency Plan, which is shortly called NOSCOP, which was created in 2020 to take immediate action of if oil and chemical spill in the sea, coastal area, rivers or wetlands. You know, this committee is actually consists of 24 members, and it is headed by the Secretary of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and the member secretary of this body is Director General of Department of Environment, because Department of Environment DG has a specific damage assessment power in rule number 7. So where if any organization or if any ship do any damage to this sea or area, so Department of Environment and this committee can assess the damage and just impose fine on this organization or penalty to the person. And Bangladesh, under initiative of the South Asia Cooperative Environment Program, which is shortly called SASEP, developed its NOSCOP in 2020, and in 2025 the DOE provided feedback on the draft regional plan for updating the regional oil and chemical spill contingency plans for the South Asian Seas region. So I stop here. Thank you very much. If you have any question, we can just answer the question. Thank you very much.
Assistant Harbour Master from Chittagong Port Authority, will present practical experiences relating to port safety, vessel traffic management and incident handling within one of the busiest ports of Bangladesh. Thank you.
Respected Director General BIMRAD, sir, AMSA consultants, distinguished dignitaries, underwriters, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. 90% of Bangladesh seaborne trade passes through one narrow ribbon of water that we call Kornofuli Channel, the Chittagong. Today, that ribbon carries a 3.6% of accident rate, 7 times the average of Singapore and Rotterdam. Next few minutes, I will demonstrate how we will drive that number below 1%, protect 170 million citizens from supply chain shock, and in the process, create the safest, most investable maritime gateway in South Asia. So I have segregated the overview into 4 parts: that current safety landscape and incident analytics, then the international standards and best practices, Chittagong's operational framework, and strategic roadmap for enhanced safety. If you look to the screen, safety assessment, the critical safety statistics of the Chittagong port, accident rate crisis, 3.6% versus the global leaders. In comparison to Singapore, they have 0.4%, Rotterdam 0.5%, Hong Kong 0.9%. Chittagong's accident is 7 to 9% higher than the major international ports, despite handling less traffic. And you see the traffic congestion. We carry the 90% of Bangladesh sea trade, but in our anchorage, the vessel, those who anchor, they have less than 6 cables in between. The outer anchorage is severely overcrowded with vessels anchoring dangerously close, creating high collision risk. And on the infograph, you can see that among the incident, 76.9% is collision. That is the primary safety concern. 11.5% is grounding, reduced post-VTMS era, and 11.6% other incident, fire, oil spill, etc. We look towards the incident timeline. Pre-VTMS era, we had a high grounding rates. Before 2014, Chittagong experienced frequent grounding incident due to inadequate traffic monitoring and navigational challenges in the Kornofuli River approach. And we had around 17 incidents annually. 2014, after the VTMS implementation, installation of vessel traffic management information system significantly improved vessel tracking and reduced grounding incident through enhanced situational awareness. You can see on the right, the grounding has been reduced to 50%, but the collision was minimal change. I will tell you the reason afterwards. And regarding the security incidents and enhanced response, increased security incidents prompted enhanced patrols and VTMS implementation for small boat tracking. Multiple successful predator arrest demonstrated improved response capabilities. Now we go for the root cause analysis, the 5 critical factors. Strong tidal currents, 9 knots during spring tides, congested anchorage, less than 5 cables between vessels, poor holding ground, soft mud, then the human error, 75 to 88% of all accidents, and VTMS limitation, partial coverage and response. We have already discussed earlier in this seminar that most of the lighter vessel and the fishing vessel, they don't have any communication equipment. So in our radar or in our EGDIS, if we can see that they are going for a collision course, but we don't have any means to communicate with them. So at sea, this is a teamwork. Like one vessel, she knows that she's running into danger, but if the other vessel doesn't take action, it is unavoidable. Now we go for the human error breakdown. The poor lookout, missing nearby vessels, changing currents. I think in this room we have a lot of navigator. The Chittagong port's current is actually very, very uncertain if you are not familiar with the pattern. So when I was cadet, I was on the lookout. My captain told me on bridge that always follow the stern of the vessel. Do not try to pass the bow. Do not try to pass the bow. I said, why, sir? He said, okay, let's try. I have headed for the stern of the vessel, and to my surprise, I have seen that I am crossing another vessel's bow. This is very, very unique phenomenon. Like we do the pilotage pretty often in this Chittagong port channel, that is Karnofoli channel. During the spring tide, we have one of our ex-pilot here. He currently joined Department of Shipping, and we are quite younger than him in terms of the experience. This is a very unique phenomenon that through your eyes you will see that you are going to hit the buoy, but in practical you are drifting away. So we go for the international practice, the global frameworks, that is ISPS code and SOLAS. For the ISPS code overview, which is the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code, we have 3 levels, that level 1, level 2 and level 3. At level 1 this is normal, level 2 heightened, and level 3 is exceptional. And we have key personal requirement, and which is already enforced in Chittagong Port. We have a designated PFSO, Port Facility Security Officer, and usually the vessel, those who are calling the Port of Chittagong, they are being monitored by the company security officer and ship security officer, who is mainly the chief mate of the vessel, and sometimes depends, it varies company to company, maybe the captain of the ship. Now, we look towards the world-class port benchmarks, technology-driven safety. The Port of Rotterdam, they reduce the cost to 30% through automation. How? Automated guided vessel, automated stacking cranes, and handling the TUs. For the Port of Singapore, the waiting time was reduced 15% and downtime reduced 20%, all through by the automation. And for the Port of Antwerp, 40% incident reduced. How? There is a question, how? It is always not through the automation. It is something like they learned from the incidents. And I think we are lacking behind on this. Incident occurs, we remain at heightened state of sense, and after 2-3 days we forget everything. Now, the technology backbone, I will discuss about the VTMS. We have a radar monitoring, then AI system integrated with CCTV monitoring. We have weather system, that means they show the tidal data as well as the barometric pressure. VHF radio integrated, and the route management, that means the vessel which is running into danger, we can see we have a no-go area marked. So if any vessel with his predictive vector going to that area, we remind him, we give him a reminder that you are running into danger, revert your course, or sometimes we guide them with a particular course. You make your course like this, you make your speed like this, you run your engine on astern, something like that. So while making this decision, that CPA TCPA calculation, then the estimated range and bearing line trackers, this thing helps us. This is, I think, the navigators, those who are in this room, they know, the people, they know how to use the radar as well as the ECDIS. They are well familiar with that. And for the emergency response and recording, we have a 24/7 manned control room. They are always manned with the VHF as well as the telephone as well as the cell phone. So whenever they have any sort of understanding that there is an occurrence, we have an we have a designated officer for that particular day. So if anything occur, or if anything is going to occur, the VTMS operator call the designated officer and let him know this thing is happening, and depending on the severity of the incident, that officer gives decision or he will contact with the higher authority. So why we manage safety, the strategic imperative? We manage safety to protect human life, to safeguard the marine environment and ensure economic stability. And for that, we had to go through the regulatory compliance and the legal obligation. We comply with the adherence to the SOLAS, SPS code, MARPOL and STCW that prevents port state control detention. We look towards the flag state requirements. That means we report to the appropriate authority if there is any violation. Then liability management, that is reducing legal exposure from accident, environmental damage and third-party claims. Insurance requirement, maintaining P&I club coverage and meeting underwriter safety standards for continued protection. For the port competitiveness and reputation, we have global port competitiveness, that safety reputation influences shipping line decision and cargo volumes. It is something like that: if your port is not safe, good shipping lines will not come. Very simple, very, very simple. If one captain report to their company that this port is very dangerous, which I believe that above 80% of the captain reports against the Chittagong port, it's only because of the current and the traffic density. You know, the small country boats and the fishing vessel, they have a superstition. If you pass the bow of the boat, you will get more fish. For that reason, I think 90% of the captain on board the vessel, those who are approaching to Chittagong, they have a near cardiac arrest. Because that guy, those who are crossing my bow, he doesn't know the gravity of the situation. Okay. Now I'm moving towards how we manage the safety, the current operational approach. I told you that vessel traffic management, it's already been described. I'll go for the navigational restriction. At present, we have 200 meter of maximum length and maximum draft 10 meter, which is reduced at the night time to 175 meter and draft reduced to 9 meter, because night time doing the navigation is very uncomfortable with unlit boat and bulkhead. And we have some natural restrictions, like at the Gupta Bend and at the Cutting Bend, we have naval establishments. So for that reason, the room for the error is very, very less. At daytime, maybe for some other reason, you know, the people, those who are coming here, they don't speak our language. We need to communicate with them with some other language, like through English. For the Chinese seamen, especially for the Chinese seamen, when we tell them, when we suggest them something, they tell, okay, I know, but he will never do. You tell them starboard 20, the master will translate it into Chinese language, and the guy, those who is on the wheel, he will give starboard 20, and 30 to 40% time they will give port 20. So at the morning time, the pilot is also comfortable because he can see, and sometimes, you know, because of the visibility as well as the darkness, the rate of turn of the vessel cannot be judged. That is very, very dangerous. And I think most of the pilot, those who of us, we are doing the pilotage, we always face this thing, and especially this thing occurs near the Navy. Near the cutting bend, this thing occurs. Always. Entire channel, I have navigated through like for 45 minutes, no issue. But at the cutting bend, when we gave starboard 20, they gave port 20. And everybody on that channel get panicked. And recovering from that rate of turn, making it neutral and getting the rate of turn to the starboard is very, very difficult because of the current pattern close to the cutting bend. So these are the practical challenges what we face more or less all the time. And now I go through the emergency response, that multi-tiered crisis management, site-specific plan. Most of the terminals, they are equipped with the site-specific plans as of now. For the marine emergency, this is already this is already entitled in their SOPs. And for the natural hazards plan, we have inter-organization committee. Like for if any thing like not happening so often, then we sit with that committee. For the marine emergency scenario, you can see there is sinking capsize, fire explosion, collision, sinking danger, hazmat situation, and the grounding. And Chittagong Port Authority, I told you earlier that most of the captain, they report to their company regarding the current. So for that reason, to get the insurance coverage, the company need to pay more premium for the insurance. For that reason, sometimes the good companies, they don't want to take cargo for Chittagong. So as a result, substandard company comes in. Their vessel is also substandard. When we go inside the channel, suddenly blackout. And once it black out, you don't have anything to do except reciting Ayatul Kursi. This is from my practical experience. I can tell you one incident about the Bangla Jyoti, Bangla Shorob. I forgot the name of that particular vessel. It will be among that Bangla Jyoti or Shorob. I was taking her in, and suddenly because of the storm, all the movement was cancelled. So this movement was cancelled, and then, but I was already near to the boat club. When I came near to the boat club, I see that the Bangladesh Navy ships, 4 or 5 Bangladesh Navy ships, they were taking shelter at the PCT, and they were scattered at the channel. And with Banglar Shorob, with 1.5 knot speed, I had to turn my vessel. I went to the port wing, I dropped my starboard anchor without tugger, and I was turning the vessel, and captain, who is like junior to me, the same batch with this pilot, he was standing near to me, placing his hand over his head and calling me, sir, sir, sir. I was just genuinely, I was just reciting Ayatul Kursi. When my Ayatul Kursi was finished, I told him, okay, now tell what happened.
He was calling God.
Do you understand? So when this thing is finished, luckily the vessel turned properly. I heaved up anchor, but I didn't have positive speed to proceed, and I was falling back. And Navy ship, like they were calling me by name, what you are doing, what you are doing, what you are doing. I dropped my starboard anchor, then I dropped my port anchor, and still the vessel's speed, I can still remember, 0.6 negative, with my boat engine full ahead. Then I called one of my tug, they come in front of me, take tow line, and finally we recovered. So these thing of mental stress create unnecessary fatigue. The main sufferer of that fatigue is my family, no one else. The next morning when I wake up from the sleep, I see that everything is okay, but the last night, I don't know, how I behaved with my son, how I behaved with my wife. But I can see that their face is gloomy. This is the way, like, the fatigue and stress takes over our personal life. So thank you for listening to my words, and I fervently thank DG BIMRAD and all the participant organization for taking care of this type of seminar where we can share our experiences. Thank you.
Thank you everyone, and that concludes our presentations. DG from BIMRAD, with the limited time that we have, I seek your guidance as to questions and answers, or to sum up. What would you like to do? Any basic question, you can be one or two questions. Very basic, very basic, very clear. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, myself, I'm the Saiful Islam Bhuyan. I am a senior pilot of Paira Port Authority. Thank you, sir, for your nice arrangement, especially thanks to AMSA and DG sir of BIMRAD. Sir, I have a question to Mr. Harbour Master, Captain Asif, sir. Sir, I have seen this your presentation, and you have nicely shown how the risks have to minimize the risks. So you have shown the steps in which way, especially I must have to say the automation. Nowadays we come to know automation is the main solution. Actually, how the automation comes, I learned today that automation comes from actually the learning from the incidents. So I have a question: what is the next steps of the Chittagong port to come up in this 1% or 0.5% is the ratio of incident? What will be the next steps of the Chittagong port, and what steps the Chittagong was going to take, so we can also share, increase our knowledge, and we can make these steps in practical. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks for your question. The automation you were talking about, like for the radar, once we have the CPA, TCPA, it is already automated. We already know what is going to happen. So the automation is required in our mindset, not only into the instruments. We require the automation in our mindset too. How? We need to be very experienced or prudent to use the CPA, TCPA for our requirement. And as I said earlier, Chittagong Port Authority alone cannot bring down the percentage. We need support from the other entities as well. If the lighter vessel, if the mechanized boat, if the fishing trawler, they are not properly communicatable, then we cannot come down to 1%. I am talking from the practical point of view. I am not being too much optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Related to your answer, sir, I have some extension. That, sir, some port states and some others authority like AMSA, US Coast Guard and others, they are allowing the vessel with the age limit. I mean, sir, key layout time. I mean, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. So there are some limitation to port inside or sir in the territorial area. In Bangladesh, I think, sir will be how much a year is allowed to entry?
Okay.
Sir.
For ocean-going vessels, actually there is no age limit. As long as it is fit for service, it is getting all the service pass is okay. But for our inland vessel, it is 40 years.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, the ships with the age is unlimited, I mean 40 years or 30 years. So, if the 30 year ships entered in our territorial area, so the accident
its ship is a one kind of subtravel. So how we will minimize our accidents? How will minimize our human error? How will minimize our marine pollution?
Okay, okay.
I think it's 1980 vessel. So I think we should be focus on this.
No, I tell you, I tell you something. We have an arrangement in place, like a vessel below 7 knots. We class them as B class vessel, Bravo class vessel at Chittagong Port. We have additional tug arrangement, and I told you that this is a teamwork. The businessman who is chartering the vessel, the substandard vessel's freight rate is quite low. So they will always look to forward for the more benefit. So they will never go for a vessel which is having the higher freight rate. So in that point, I can tell you, like, we have an arrangement in place that we point them as B class vessel. We assess and do the risk assessment. According to the risk arrangement, we deploy more tugs. And while going alongside, as a pilot, we use minimum movement. Because, you know, if I get forward momentum, the engine might not come. So my plan is something like that. We go with the minimum momentum, pass one rope. In Chittagong, we pass the head rope first. Instead of head rope, we pass the spring ropes, so that I can neutral the forward momentum. Then I place the aft spring, so that I can neutralize the aft momentum. By this means, as of now, successfully we are managing this risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a small question, but exactly pertinent to your topic. My first question is Mr. Khandakar Mahmood Pasha. My question is that we have a NOSCOP since 2020, but still we don't have a demo drill or a coordination meetings. So it is no, means my understanding is that it is a emergency procedure. Unless we make a drill, unless we mock a drill, how each and every organization will coordinate, it will be very difficult in case of a real scenario. So what is Ministry of Environment doing about it? And my second question is Lieutenant Commander Mr. Zubair Ahmed. As we said that just recently we have inaugurated JRCC in Department of Shipping, and we understand Navy is the MRCC. So do you have any plan how both of these MRCCs will work together for a more improvement in our search and rescue? Thank you.
May I? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, NOSCOP, it is an emergency team, and the team is very big, quite big, 24 person. 24 persons, and secretary is the actual chair, and the member secretary is the DG BIWTA. This team will go, AMS team will go there, Department of Environment, and we'll talk about it. That we will have a meeting, and so that we will be prepared for if any catastrophe or any environmental pollution take place. Yes, thank you.
So one small question to the Department of Environment again. I learned from your speech that you are going to formulate the environmental conservation rules for the coastal area and the oceans for the merchant ships. But while we are doing so, please take cognizance of the existing Bangladesh Merchant Shipping Ordinance Act, which is going to be act very shortly. So it will deal with it is already dealing with the environmental issues according to the MAPOL. So if you don't take the cognizance of the existing one, there is a fundamental rule in Bangladesh that the rule which is come later is persist. That is whichever it is there before, it will not be considered. And the thing is that there will be a duplication, and the complex situations will arise, and that will be the very difficult in implementation, number one. And second thing, I was already telling that my colleague Ubaid Bashir already, I feel pity for Bangladesh when I see the mail from India, Mumbai MRCC, that regarding a EPUB message, which facility we already have. And beside me, my another colleague, Lieutenant Commander Rakib, he is sitting there. They are handling the GMDSS in Department of Shipping, and we have all the facilities which MRCC Mumbai having, but we are still working something like it's a matter of pride of our nation that we are working under MRCC Mumbai or something like this. So we think we all Bangladeshi, we unite and we use our optimum use of our resources, and we do in cooperation and in collaboration. Thank you.
Sir, just I want to add one point, sir. We are actually not working under MRCC Mumbai. MRCC Mumbai is the regional coordinator, like Commander Imtiaz sir told that we are the chair of North Indian Ocean Hydrographic Commission for next 2 years, 25 to 27. So like this, India is the Navy area coordinator of this, not...
Yeah, I know that, but I was not telling, it seems like when you are receiving some information which we already have, we are capable to receive and we are already receiving. So that information, this EPUB message we already have in Dhaka, side by side within 5 kilometers distance. So I think it's our cooperation, I think, required so that we can. It is a the equipment is a state of art, and it is. I was talking to DG sir that 1,000 crore taka spent already by government of Bangladesh to establish this state of art. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I can just assure you that a well-renowned company is doing the feasibility study of that. That we are at present we have training wells close to the boat club as well as close to buoy number 3. It is extended further to buoy number 1 and close to the Naval Academy also. I think they are doing one study like how this thing can be done and how the effect is minimized. And for the Kornofuli channel, from my experience, I have seen whenever any particular jetty is being built, the whole morphological thing has been changed. Like for how we know, I tell you, like when we handle the vessel, I see it was not like the day before. It has been changed. Yeah, every tide is a new tide. Thank you.
That will conclude our questions and answers. Thank you very much for your attention and participation. Director General, I can promise to provide some key observations in less than 1 minute, and then I will hand to you. From today, the following I offer as a small sample of the key observations. It's important that our that we use evidence-based decision-making and policy development. I then took on a personal note that seafarers in Bangladesh are well paid by comparison to other professions. The capability gap matrix shared presented similar challenges to those faced in Australia. That there are benefits and limitations associated with our various warning systems. That there needs to be a strong integration across agencies and organisations to enhance maritime safety. We look forward to to the action plans from the Department of Environment. And finally, I was impressed to hear that the strategic imperative is safety from the Chittagong Port Authority. Director General, they are my very brief observations from 4 pages of very, very detailed notes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to all of our speakers and moderators for enlightening us with their vast knowledge. Now, I would like to request our respected speaker and moderator to on the stage to take their respected seat. And thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for the clear and comprehensive summary of today's discussion and for highlighting the key takeaways. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to request our Director General BIMRAD to hand over the mementos to our respected speaker and moderators. At the same time, I would like to request all of our speakers and moderators to receive the gift from our DG BIMRAD. Thank you, our Director General and respected speaker and moderator, for your kind cooperation. I would like to announce that we have a small memento for all of our participants that will be handed over to your respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost end of our program. I would like to request our Director General BIMRAD to conclude the session with his valuable remarks.
May I request all of you to kindly have patience for more 5-7 minutes and take your seats. We actually had a wonderful day, and I really appreciate each one of your active engagement It has been wonderful and professionally very rewarding, I must say. Though the session was very long, but then I think something good when it comes out at the end, then you really strive to, attain something extraordinary, and then you have that patience. Since we had the courtesy of Mr. Smith, so very briefly and very brilliantly, rather, he summed up. So I just wanted to share a couple of points as I felt throughout the whole day. So please bear with me for next 5-7 minutes. So actually, first point, in English they say first thing first. First thing first, Bangladesh is a maritime nation. If I connect our thousands of years of history, actually we call it Bengal Delta. The creation of Bengal Delta, it is actually, if I am allowed to connect from Van Schandel, the professor of University of Amsterdam, that actually the Himalayas flattened, and that's what is the Bengal Delta. And we talk about the port and the difficulties of, I myself served in the Navy for 38 years, and I also drove ships, not bigger ships like Hannan Bhai or Asif, but then our ships are smaller, but then, if they collide, they don't have court-martial, but we have court-martial. So we had extra, caution and so on and so forth. But then the challenge was same because of the siltation, the very unpredictability of the contour of the indented coastline we have, the morphology. I mean, it's unique. It's unique. So there we need to understand that this is what is Bengal Delta, and our heritage is maritime. That's what is the point of departure. United Nations Convention for Law of the Sea, the third convention, which was codified 1982, finalized, and then came into force 1994. There is no such point as we call, or as we had the workshop today, the maritime safety and maritime incident as such. But then in each and every article of UNCLOS, you find maritime safety in its core, cross-cutting obligation for the coastal state, for the flag state, and so on and so forth. So we have to understand that. Why? Because this is also important in order to legislate the maritime rules and regulations, and the subsequent coming of the SOLAS and MARPOL and also. So they have also actually been triggered from that very particular point. In Bangladesh, we have almost 30 different maritime stakeholders. What I personally feel from a maritime practitioner to morph into a maritime professor, as I now lecture in Dhaka University and Maritime University, that we miss and seriously, strategically, we miss a big umbrella. The one individual, because Bangladesh Navy has been doing it since our glorious war of liberation, but it's not the Navy to take care of it. It is to be the ministry. Now, which ministry is a billion-dollar question, and they have to fight it out. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Home Affairs, because Home Affairs has the Coast Guard, the Ministry of Defense, Environment. I don't know. I don't have the answer, but someone has to have this answer. In Bangladesh 2.0, as we popularly now call, we have to find these answers. We can't just wander like the children of Israel, as they say in the Old Testament. We can't wander. We have been wandering for the last 54 years. We have to stop it. And as such, we have to understand that the maritime spatial infrastructures, the maritime domain awareness, or the underwater domain awareness, or the ocean governance, or the maritime policy, or the maritime strategy, that has to take place when we have those all stakeholders coming together and coming to a consensus that we need to do this. We need to identify what we need. And then when we talk about maritime safety vis-a-vis the maritime incident response, then we have these variables, and these variables are interdependent variables, as I understand. You cannot, isolate one and then discuss about. It is connected. And there, I personally feel as a student of nautical science and maritime history, that the awareness has to be the beginning. As famously Socrates said, know thyself. So we have to understand, and we have to start from the maritime awareness. Then this safety starts, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, from the laying of the keels. When a ship's keel is laid, and then how many degrees you have, least and lull, there it starts. When does it end? It ends when the ship goes back to the graveyard, recycle. But in between, whether it's 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever years, the safety is there. The incidents are there. Fire hazards are there. Groundings are there. Collisions are there. But that brings me to another point. When I studied in the former West German Navy, I have seen that they share the incident reports with each ship if there is an incident. Unfortunately, in our country, we do not practice it. I mean, we have something very conservative that we don't want to share. We need to share. This sharing is caring. This sharing is actually making you alert. And then we learn from the mistakes of others or my own mistake. That's what we are actually lacking. And that's why the search and rescue training in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh Navy, we have a unique organization. We call it Operational Sea Training Guide, OSTG. That actually takes care about the combat readiness of the Navy ships vis-a-vis the safety aspects, the security aspect, the everything altogether. And the ship has to go very rigorous training. I mean, the ship, starting from the captain down below the junior most sailor. But then, it's not sufficient. We need to do it with interagency connections, with the Ministry of Shipping, with port authorities, and so on and so forth. That's what it is actually missing. So, meteorological, the friend from the Bangladesh Meteorology Department, he very rightly said about when I was a young officer back in 1990 in the Navy, we used to collect the bathymetric data and maintain the log. I'm sure Bangladesh Navy is still doing it. But then, why it is not being disseminated? What is lacking? That's the question. I wrote an article on geopolitics of maritime data. There is a geopolitics, but then you don't share the data with other countries. But what is the problem sharing with your own, national various stakeholders? I don't know. I have many more questions than answers, but you guys are there qualified to answer these questions. I will finish saying that from this wonderful day today, from this workshop, what I have learned, that we have to learn to understand the entire needs analysis of our maritime safety and maritime incidents response within a framework which was very intriguingly mentioned by Jonas Rumsfeld, the then Secretary of Defense of the United States. And it's really very intriguing, the very framework. And I found that today it fits in, so I want to share with you. He mentioned known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. I began my speech in this morning about the grammar of the seas and the syntax. So actually it comes around and goes around like that. Maritime safety and incidents are like that. We have to be ready in every minute. Every tide is a new tide. As in the nautical world we say, every approach to the harbor, to the pier is a new approach. If the first officer, or as we in the Navy we call the executive officer, the XO, if he says, "Sir, yesterday I saw you coming like that, today I came like that," I mean, he doesn't qualify to be a captain. So I wish you all the very best. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart all my colleagues for your spontaneous response, and through you, I want to thank your departments, your ministries for wonderful, engagement. This is our country. We love our country. We want to do something better. We want to learn from the good practices of our friends. Australia has been a very good maritime friends of ours in the recent years, and we want to do that. And I don't want to shy away saying that even I'm sure, as I learned many things today from my friends, I'll not be surprised if my Australian friend, he also learns something and he takes back. This is how friendship endures. We learn from each other. We mature each other. We fill in gaps from each other's mistake. There's no harm into it. So I really thank for that. I thank Hannan Bhai and my friend Smith of Australian Maritime Safety Authority. Please accept my sincerest gratitude and thanks on behalf of BIMRAD, on behalf of my chairman, on behalf of my chief patron, the chief of naval staff. Without his guidance, the space would have been here, and we wouldn't have, arranged such a, fantastic professional discourses here. So thank you so very much once again, and we want to connect more and more, to learn from each other more and more, and contribute to each other's maturing in the near future. On that note, thank you so very much. See you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your closing remarks and continued leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, it's bringing us today the end of today's workshop on need analysis of maritime safety and maritime incident response for Bangladesh. On behalf of BIMRAD, I sincerely thank all speakers, moderators, AMSA colleagues, and participants for your valuable contributions. You are kindly invited to join us for afternoon tea outside the seminar room. I wish you all a pleasant afternoon and a safe journey home. Thank you for your kind patience. Assalamu alaikum. পানি খেয়েছি সারাদিন ওকে ভাইয়া আল্লাহ যোগাযোগ রাখেন আমি কল দিব আপনাকে নাম্বার আছে আমার জি ভাইয়া এটা একটু ভয়ঙ্কর